Come here. Check the...
Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over next to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. Hello.
Happer. Yo.
Happy
How are you?
Friday. I will have you guys know that I considered wearing a fun shirt today.
I'm the only one who did.
Yeah.
What's up, Nick?
Nick's going to say, my shirt's fun.
No, I wanted to wear my KG Elephant shirt today.
You can wear that any day of your whole life, but it's Friday.
It is.
It's fun. This is our last Fun Shirt Friday for weeks now, Nick.
You know, the Fun Shirt Friday that we never celebrate.
I celebrate it every week, John.
Well, we have a Fun Shirt Friday at the College World Series, don't we? It's just
Do we?
Or
That's
Fun
a
Shirt Day.
Fun Shirt Father's Day.
Fun Shirt Father's Day.
You guys do Fun Shirt Father's Day?
Well, they do.
We
I
did
don't.
last year.
Well, what did
we
you
did
wear?
the year before, too.
Did you wear your jersey?
No, that was that picture where I looked all gross and sweaty.
Oh, my gosh, you looked so sweaty.
Oh, yeah, in the elevator.
The sweatiest Nick Grimm I've ever seen in my life.
Awesome.
I didn't shower that night.
I didn't feel as sweaty as that picture made me look. It was weird.
You look
glistening.
I did.
It's going to be stinky. Dude, it's going to be stinky next week. 1 week from right now, we will all be sweating.
Let's go.
Ass sweat everywhere.
Fired up.
Oh, man. I can't wait. I can't wait to do shows with Matt.
Well, you got a lot of them.
I do.
How many days before you no longer look forward to doing shows with Matt?
Never, John. I would never not look forward to doing a show with a co-host. Many
Okay.
topics.
How many topics? Have you banked away any topics yet?
Yes, I actually have a calendar reminder for Monday to remind me for Friday, a topic alert.
The good news is he's a football sicko like you are, so you'll have stuff to talk about. He also likes Formula One, though.
He loves the Bears.
All right, so it's a link. Let's see if this tweet still exists, because hopefully this person didn't delete it. Because if they didn't, I have it saved. Wow. It's from May 14th, and it's a question about football.
There you go.
From listener Husker Fast.
I have one for you, because I'm not going to be out there really at all.
Oh.
I have this in my calendar for Tuesday, June 17th.
Okay, I'll add that to my Tuesday, June 17th.
Do a dramatic scene reenactment of Tommy Boy.
Oh, that's
at the College World Series.
That's really funny.
That's what it says on my calendar.
Do you think that he knows about Tommy Boy?
I don't remember that one.
I don't know. We might have made that up on my
Does
show. I'm not
Gen
sure.
Z not know about Tommy Boy?
I know Tommy Boy because it used to
You're
play.
Gen Z A, though, Nick.
That's fair.
Does Gen Z B know about Tommy
He
Boy?
used to play in Comedy Central all the time. I've never watched it, though.
What?
I've never seen Tommy Boy.
I've never watched it.
Guess we're going to have to pick that one in the movie
I don't think
club.
you know about it if you haven't watched it.
No, I know what it is. I've just never watched it.
All right.
Tommy Boy is streaming, John, if you want to change your pick for a couple weeks
Well,
from
you guys
now.
should definitely do Tommy Boy for Movie Club.
Yeah, John gave me his pick. I made a graphic with it. It's on Paramount Plus.
Or is it still going to be on Paramount Plus when we get to it?
Well, yes, because that'll be a couple weeks from
Is
now,
it
so don't know.
good? Is it good? What is it? What's the movie?
I've never heard of it.
Okay.
It's a Netflix new movie.
It was a Netflix top 10 movie. I'm
called
guessing.
Havoc.
Havoc.
Spoiler alert.
It's a Tom Hardy. I'm in a
Tom
Tom Hardy
Brokaw.
mood.
Oh, Tom Hardy.
Tom Brokaw.
Where has he been?
Hello,
Well, he's on Mobland, which is the new show I watched on
He's on
Paramount.
the TV show?
Yes.
He's kind of
Wow.
everywhere. I feel like
Does
Tom
he
Hardy
talk
just
normally?
He's
shows
been
up.
gone for a long time.
Has he?
No, he's not Bane all the time.
Yeah,
But
he's
even
not.
then he was in the Christopher Nolan World War II movie, and his face was never shown, and he was talking into a mask the whole time because he was a pilot. He was a fighter pilot.
I liked him in
Oh.
that one movie where they drink moonshine. What movie was that? He was in there.
Was he also wearing a mask?
Beat the living hell out of everybody in that movie.
What movie did
Tom
Tom Hardy drink moonshine?
I don't know.
Lawless,
Unknowable?
Soulless.
Lawless. I googled Tom Hardy and then it auto-corrected to Moonshine movie.
There you go.
Nice.
Auto-filled.
There you go. Lawless. Good movie. Good flick, as they say.
Okay. Keep that in mind for future reference.
If you're on your
Mhm.
Tom Hardy kick, John.
Oh,
We
yeah,
got-
you have to read this.
We got a delivery from Pedro and Pedro's wife.
Shout out.
Thank you,
Ah,
Pedro
shout
and Mrs.
out.
Pedro.
Roughly 700 cookies.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of cookies.
There's a lot of cookies.
Big ass tray.
Thanks for the cookies.
With it, he has left a note, and I'm going to read that now. As Pedro always starts off his texts with, "Hi, guys.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi, guys.
My wife and I think that all of life's ups and downs are better with a cookie. You're getting married, having a birthday, getting a new job, moving to a new house, and other happy occasions. Here, have a cookie. Your college basketball team lost one of their best players ever. Plus, the head coach is getting ready to retire. Here, have a cookie. Your NFL team has not made it past the second round since 1995, and your greatest rival just won the Super Bowl. Here, have a cookie.
Thank you, Pedro.
You have had a terrible accident, and one of your appendages is in an unyielding cast of plaster of Paris. Here, have a cookie. See, guys, life is not so bad. Have a great show and have a cookie."
Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro
What a
and
nice
Pedro's
note.
wife.
Absolutely.
And as per usual, nice cookies. Little chocolate chip,
Very
little
good.
peanut butter.
Good
I had
cookies.
one of each. They're delicious.
I've also had one of each. And I have a third over here.
Delicious.
Fantastic.
Yum.
That's true. Wow, he really cut to the core. He really cut to the core.
Well,
Baxter.
he seemed personalized in a.
Oh, it's very
Yeah.
personalized, but that's it sticks to the theme of the letter.
The whole,
Sorry,
the whole time you were reading that, I was saying, "Would you like to have a cookie?" In the same way you said, "Would you like to see a picture?"
John used to ask us that. Do you want a cookie?
Want a cookie?
I was reading a story today about Aaron Rodgers. Since he's going to the Steelers. Have you seen this? Have you heard about
I
this?
have heard about this.
And then eventually it just caused my mind to wander, and I started getting triggered about the 2016 divisional playoff loss to the Green Bay Packers by my Dallas Cowboys. When
People forget that Dez caught it.
That game, too. That was 14. But the 16 one was Aaron Rodgers makes this insane throw on the sideline.
Oh, yeah.
Before
That's
the
right.
Mason Crosby field goal.
And then who was the tight end that caught it?
Oh, God, I don't remember. I'm sure Sam is listening right now. And
Are you talking about Packers? The Packers guy?
Yeah.
Was it?
It wasn't Jermichael Finley.
Was
if
it
that's who-
Tunyon at the time? Was it Tunyon yet?
No.
John, you look up the play. I don't want to watch it. It makes me sad.
Rodgers Cowboys throw.
God, it was such a good throw. Just insane. It was third and long.
Oh, it was Jared Cook.
If they get a stop.
I forgot that they had Jared Cook.
That's a good journeyman tight end. There's a lot of those. Like tight ends are like relief pitchers. They just kind of move around, and there's 1,000 of them.
That's a good point.
You know?
They are kind of like relief pitchers.
There's a couple stars, but then most of them are just like they bump around their entire.
We were in
career.
Cincinnati for that game because we were playing Xavier, and we'd just gotten done with practice, and of course,
That was before Martin Luther King Day because we had work off the next day.
yeah, because they played on.
It was an afternoon game,
Say
which was good for me. I got hammered
Actually,
that
you know
night.
what? I think that was the game.
Ice Day or whatever in Omaha. It was really weird.
That
Is
was
the game that
Ice
Maurice Watson
Day.
got hurt?
Maurice Watson got hurt.
Yeah.
But we were eating at the Montgomery Inn, the famous restaurant there in Cincinnati, and of course we got a lot of Packers people on our on the team or around the team, and I may have been more excited than any of them.
Have you gotten comment from Coach Mack on his new quarterback, Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, I always forget that he's a Steelers guy.
No, I haven't heard anything.
Coach Mack is a Steeler. Why are there so many like low key Steelers people in this?
Because they were good
area?
when he was young.
Yeah,
The youths.
That makes sense. I guess.
yeah, they became a big deal back in the early 70s.
They're like
so-
like
early
Nick
to
in,
mid-70s.
in 40 years, people who are Max age now, in 40 years, they will be
They'll be
Chiefs,
Chiefs
fans.
fans.
And people will be like, why are they Chiefs fans?
So-
Because they grew up in
You're
the Patrick
calling Coach
Mahomes
Mack a bandwagon fan?
Might have been. Where's he
Well,
from?
no, he's from Iowa,
Yeah.
but
They were national.
he
team.
was just a youngster. Back
and it was a
then.
different time.
Maybe he liked him because it reminded him of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Probably.
Why
not.
do you like the Dolphins, Nick?
Because I was voted to have like the Dolphins.
It came down to the Dolphins and the Cincinnati Bengals,
Mhm.
right
Like-
before the Bengals made the Super Bowl.
The
Mhm.
audience voted on it.
Yep.
Yeah,
And we did a whole bit about it before Nick's first football season.
And then I started actually watching. My first game was 2023 Week 3 Bills at Dolphins, and that was a really cool game.
That was the Ken Dorsey tablet game, right?
Oh yeah, he chucked that thing.
That was either that game or that was the second time they played each other.
That was the
Ken
early game
Dorsey
that year.
Tablet game. Is there a Wikipedia page for
There
this?
should be. That game,
It was incredible.
It was 1,000,000 degrees outside.
I
Yeah.
loved that game. That
Yeah.
game made me fall in love with football.
Nick, no, that was 2022.
22, my bad.
OC slams headset
No, 'cause
tablet.
23 when it was really hot in Miami. That's the game where Tua hit his head
Correct.
for the first time
Yes.
and fenced.
Yes.
And we all learned what fencing was.
Yeah.
Bad
Yeah,
time.
that was a night
Yeah,
game.
not the Olympic fencing either.
No,
that was
different.
against the Bengals.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the second
No,
one.
no,
though.
no. That was
the
2022. The first. Oh, you're talking about the second fencing.
The second fencing was
That was
against,
in 2022.
Oh, okay.
Both of those happened the same year.
Well, I thought they were both in 23.
Where
No.
like he had the back,
So
and
he
he
didn't-
stumbles around.
Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
he stumbled around. That
Because
was
he actually made it to the playoffs in 2023. The
Yeah.
2022 season, he
Yeah.
did. They had to start
Yeah.
what's his bucket against the Bills.
Oh yeah, Skylar Thompson.
Because
Yeah.
remember
Yes.
he came back and then they played against the Packers and we found out eventually on Christmas that he had another concussion and then it was
a
like
second concussion is hit too.
I think that was the
Scrambled brain
third.
to
I think that was the third concussion.
So 2022 then. It was week 3 of 2022.
I'm not
Yeah, 'cause-
wearing that helmet. Damn it!
Oh my gosh!
I'm not gonna do it.
Because remember, Nick, in 2023 they played the Broncos and they scored 1 million points.
That's right.
Yes.
That was a fun game.
Yeah, I bet it was.
I started drinking scotch at halftime. It was awesome.
What on
Wow.
earth?
Scotch.
It's one of the best days of my
You're
life.
partying with
Time to
scotch?
get out the
Hell yeah,
Glenlivet.
partying with scotch. That's exactly what it was. 12-year.
Amazing.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the football backstory of Nick Grimm.
Wow.
Then I stopped watching after week 4 last season.
So it's over. R.I.P.
Wow. That
No,
didn't take long.
I'm gonna keep watching, but after week 4, I was done investing my Sundays in it.
Well, that's
was
kind of.
It was more passive. It was more passive after week 4 last season.
So you're not a football fan anymore.
Well,
you
wait a
quit.
minute. Hold on a second. Why,
Yes.
So why did you do that with the Dolphins? Meanwhile, the Rockies are going through an historically bad season. Why
Great
haven't
take.
you done the same thing with Colorado?
I've thought about this. I've thought about this. It's because genuinely I love baseball a lot more than football.
Okay, well, I understand that then.
I'm willing to give baseball more rope.
Well, then
more
just
leash.
quit football.
I still like watching football. It's just
He quit week 4. That's pretty early.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Well,
way
he
early.
only quit on his team.
yeah.
How much
Oh,
other football were
So
you
you
watching?
kept
though?
watching football. You just didn't watch the Dolphins.
I'd watch a game here and there.
I don't know if that qualifies.
Mm.
I don't know.
Oh, is
Most
this
people
going to
who-
be the new bit now? All you football gatekeepers are going to be judging people on their football
I will
usage?
say, John, most people who like football watch football all the
Cowboys
time.
are
when
garbage. I
football's
watch
on.
them. Yeah, I never
If
stop.
football's on, the football's getting watched.
Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah.
You can't just like casually like football.
A lot of people do.
I think you
actually.
can casually like football.
I think a lot
I
of
do it.
people do. Why do you think the Super Bowl ratings are so high?
That is a lot of casuals.
I don't even think those people like football. They just like halftime shows.
Sure.
They like Drake and Kendrick
Commercials.
Lamar.
Hey, Drake.
And saying, we should have a holiday the next day because
Yeah.
I went to bed at 10:30.
You know, people often say that I don't want to work, which is wrong. I love talking into a microphone. I don't want the day after the Super Bowl.
Me
off.
neither.
I want to talk about the Super Bowl.
Me
By
neither.
Tuesday, it's long gone.
Agreed.
It's like, got to look to next season. Yeah. So I don't want that day off. I never want that day off.
It's earlier than I would normally go to bed, honestly.
Also, I don't get hammered during the Super Bowl. You
Yeah.
know? Yeah. I don't want
I
that day
watch
off.
the football.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to go to your party. I want to go to the. I don't want to watch football.
I like parties. I don't go very often.
My name's Josh, and I like to party.
I think the
I'm
last
not a
Super
big
Bowl.
fan- I'm not a big fan of them.
You know, I
I
went to a
agree.
couple at the
To watch the Super
Horseshoe
Bowl.
because we had listeners who won prizes. But the last true Super Bowl party I went to was for the second Rams Patriots Super Bowl, which wasn't very
The
good.
really
No,
bad
it
one.
was a really
Yeah,
The
bad
13-3 game.
Yes, but I had a good time with my friends, and I had a few beers
Now that'd be a good time to go to a Super Bowl party.
for a bad
You
Super Bowl.
picked the right game.
Bad Super Bowls are great
Yes.
party Super Bowls.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Last year probably would have been a better game to have a party for, though I would have just been moody in the corner. So maybe not.
You would have been saying,
Yeah. Bad times. Wow, amazing, Daniel. I've taken every day off after the Super Bowl for 20 years.
wow.
We have a party, but we only invite football fans, and I do get hammered.
Okay, if you could tailor the party to your own liking.
To
then
ball
sure.
knowers,
I suppose.
It's on your turf.
To each their own.
Happer, should we watch the Super Bowl together next year? Fellow ball knower?
I actually think that I would like watching the Super Bowl with
We should do
with
it.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be a fun time.
Yeah.
Get Schaefer. Just make jokes the whole time.
Maybe
about
I can
people.
finally get invited to a Wang Nacho.
Wow.
Wang
I mean,
Nacho Super Bowl
If
edition.
Stibbs can't get invited, I don't know how
Yeah.
we're going to let you in.
This whole thing is ridiculous.
No, Shape did invite me that one time. I just couldn't make it.
Which time?
I
Good
think it
luck
might have
ever
been-
getting invited again.
Yeah, I know. It was not
Yeah,
the
you
last
can't- you
one
can't
you guys
skip
did,
on
but
a
I think it was the time before that. Shape's like, you can come if you want.
Wow.
You can come if you want.
That's an invitation. That counts.
Sure. We're still trying to pick the game for next year, Happer, if you want to come.
It doesn't sound like an invite to me.
I would love for you to come, Happer. We'd have a great time.
Is everybody in the group, in the weird cult that you guys have, agree on this?
I'm sure everyone would be fine.
John, are
with
you
it.
in this cult? Have you wanged?
I gave it its title.
He gave it the name.
Okay,
He
so
is
he's
Wang.
in-
He's
so he's
Mr.
in.
Wang.
I'm Mr. Wang.
That's Mr. Wang to you.
I would like you to take it up the
the flagpole.
Do your group chat or whatever, and ask if I could come.
I think I could speak for the other people of the group. I think you
It's
would
just
be
chat.
I just
more
don't
than
want there to
welcome.
be any dissension in the Wang.
No, there won't be any
So
dissension.
I have an early pick for.
But
Yeah,
there is
yeah.
an exception.
Yeah.
Because he is also of that baseball team in Kansas City. There is no switching away.
Oh my gosh, that
to
was so
meaningless
triggering.
Royals baseball.
I would never
in
dare
September.
change a channel at a party. That would be ridiculous.
So that's why. So one of the Wang Nachos we did was a Thursday night game in September, which was like the last week of the regular season in 2018. And the Royals were bad, but Jack kept turning the channel.
Can we get a second TV?
See, now last year we watched at Schaefer's, and he has multiple TVs.
That'd be great.
I have an
The
early
only problem was
his internet. Oh,
his internet was terrible.
Oh,
he
no.
apologized for 3 hours.
He did. He
Guys,
felt
I'm so
bad.
sorry. It was a bummer.
I wish it would have gone out during the controversial play, so I don't have to hear about it anymore from Schaefer.
So I have an early pick because we want to do it before basketball season starts, right?
Okay.
Because then you
Yeah.
guys are busy all the time.
Busy.
October.
And now that Aaron Rodgers is playing for the Steelers,
Yeah.
I think Steelers at Bengals on October the 16th is a prime time Wang Nachos kind of night. Thursday, October
Is that the
16th.
exhibition game? Is
No,
that the exhibition
That's the
game?
next night.
What makes
crap,
that game?
John will be doing prep.
What makes that
And
game
that's-
so wangy?
October,
Yeah.
division rivalry.
Okay.
You know
Aaron
what the
Rodgers.
problem might be, though?
What?
Baseball playoffs.
Crap.
I will also be out of town that weekend.
Okay, well, never mind.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we want to do it when our teams are involved because John's Rams host the 49ers, but that's like a game that John like actually cares about. So like
Yeah,
I
it's
care
the
about all the
49ers.
Rams.
I know,
games.
but like with the Vikings game, you were kind of you and Schaefer were kind of doing that whole, well, that was a nice play by you guys. You
Yeah.
know, like the whole game, they were just complimenting
we're
the
very
other
respectful.
Yeah,
of each
but like
other.
the
You guys
49ers,
are
John would be
respectful.
saying like cut their heads off and drink their blood.
You want the 49ers to somehow fall deeper than the lower depths of hell.
Mhm.
I do. It's not a lie.
Uh,
Well, what are our September choices?
September choices beyond week one.
It has to be a Sunday night football game.
We do Thursdays.
Thursday night
Thursday night
Thursday.
football,
Okay.
yeah. Commanders, Packers, that could be fun.
That could be fun,
Dolphins, Bills, that could be fun.
That could be a really.
or it could be really easy.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
18th, September 18th.
It'll either be fun or sad.
Seahawks, Cardinals.
Yeah.
We all hate all those teams.
Ew, the Seahawks.
Your game
Ooh.
against the Niners, and
Yeah.
then it's Giants, Eagles, no thank you. The aforementioned Steelers, Bengals, and then Vikings, Chargers. And by that point, we're getting into late October.
Giants, Eagles,
Go
Wang
Chargers.
Nachos. Forcing Josh to watch Giants, Eagles sounds funny.
Oh, I'll watch.
That could be content.
Yeah, but that's forcing us to watch the Giants.
That's the problem. Yeah.
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 The Giants are kind of
Who
staying.
do you-
Yeah, again,
who
I
you
watch
root
all
for
of
in that
those
game?
No, Giants for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Unless the Giants were somehow good, then I would root for the Eagles because I need the team to fall back.
The Washington Green Bay game sounds like a
I
possible
think maybe
candidate.
we just do it early
Football
in the year.
commies.
Because at that point,
And what date is that? What?
a date we will never forget, John.
Oh,
Thursday, September 11th.
Does this mean we have to invite Chance too?
I think we might. Yeah.
Well,
I can't wait to see how Shafe sets up the food in his basement.
Commanders and who?
Green Bay.
Packers.
Packers.
See, that'd be fun because I'd probably be rooting for the Packers. Shafe would be rooting hard for the
The
Commanders.
Commanders.
Yeah.
I think that might be the play. That'd be a
That's-
fun game.
Yeah.
That could be a really fun game. All right.
I can't foresee any issues with my calendar if I'm invited to this weird thing.
Weird. It's just
It's not weird. It's just guys.
It's weird until I go.
it's just
Well, it's guys sitting around watching football and then listening to Jack riff on all of these random weird, just, because Jack basically just says what's in his brain.
Yep. The best part about it is
I don't understand
is
the He doesn't
really pay
Schaefer
attention to the
trolling
football.
Jack.
Yes.
They go at each other.
Yeah.
You don't understand the Wang?
No.
This is a John. This is
Well,
a
it
John.
all
Why'd
started-
you wang it, John?
It all started when we were still doing RIP, the draft.
Oh God.
I miss it.
And I believe that was the day. In fact, I'm pretty sure that was the day we found out about our friends from Omaha Roncalli because it was concession food draft.
Mm-hmm.
And
And I was gone that day. I missed
Yeah.
this.
And there used to be a track announcer that worked at Eagle Raceway who, when, every concession person or every track announcer is always, promoting the concession stand, get your pizza, get your hot dogs, whatever. And he would always promote the nachos. And he'd say the nachos with the nacho chips with that cheese dip that's got a little wang to it.
Okay.
And we started calling, and we just said Wang Nachos. Someone said Wang Nachos, and that was the same day we decided to do the first watch along.
And so, is there actually
Wang Nachos?
Is there actually nachos?
Mrs. Schaefer did a very good Wang Nachos last year.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first time we did it, I was going through a few personal things in my life. Nebraska was playing.
What was the first one again?
Nebraska Penn State.
Was that the very first one?
That was the very first one, which the night before, Bill Moose had met with Scott Frost.
That's right.
And there were all these rumors going around, and Schaefer was trying to confirm what he knew.
Yeah.
Nice, Nick. And so we got together at Schaef's old house.
His old house.
Oh, I remember.
And Jack came over with his Thunder Collins jersey.
Collins 2002
Yikes.
jersey.
Yeah.
All things that haven't aged well.
Yeah. I have video. I have a couple videos of Jack watching the game and just going, holding. It's funny.
We tried, what did we use?
We had that salsa. A listener dropped off a bunch of salsa
and it was
for
very
us.
good. But we used the, what's the old video app that people used to use?
Vine.
Periscope.
I forgot about
We periscoped some of it.
You guys live streamed this?
Some of it.
Some of it. We did occasional, check-ins because Jack was, in a miserable state.
Watching
because
a Husker game with
Nebraska
Jack,
was losing.
that would be not fun for me. Not fun.
Oh, it is fun. It is fun because it's the same philosophy I've always had about when I used to host the old Big Red Reaction. Was as angry as I might be at the result, the callers were always angrier, and it kind of helped me in my recovery. If Nebraska's struggling,
That's true.
The entertainment is watching him in misery.
Yeah,
and overreacting to everything.
Yeah, no matter
and
what.
So it takes a little bit of the sting away.
You sort of have to be like the straight, you have to calm him down almost a little bit.
It was pretty fun.
Yeah.
And Schaefer's writing articles at the same time. It was great. He was he had to do a halftime story. It was awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. And now Schaef's setup is way better.
Wang
you been to
Nachos-
his basement?
Yep, I have.
Wing
I've been
Nachos
to
is
both of
mostly
his
pro ball
basements.
now, right?
Yes, we haven't done it for college. I think since the first time. I think that's the only Wang Nachos college edition we've ever done.
No, we did a Nebraska ball game against Maryland.
We
In Jack's
did.
basement.
I forgot about that. That was fun.
Yeah. Basketball Wang Nachos?
Yeah. Yeah, but usually it's pro football, though there is college football on one of the side TVs. Last year it was the game where
It was Pitt in North Carolina, wasn't it?
Pitt and
Pitt and
Syracuse.
Syracuse.
What was their quarterback's name? The guy who almost came to Nebraska. He threw
Kyle
five.
McCord.
He threw 5 picks that
Yeah,
night,
that's
a few
right.
pick sixes, because we kept looking up what is
There's
happening
another
in
one.
that game.
There's another one.
So good times.
There's another one.
Okay.
Maybe we should do Creighton Wang Nachos.
John
couldn't.
John couldn't come.
Yeah.
Yeah, John couldn't come.
I guess I probably couldn't either.
Yeah, you're busy.
But a road game.
I liked watching Creighton basketball games with Happer. I've gotten to watch multiple games with him. He has lots of comments.
It is fun to watch Creighton basketball with Happer.
Yeah, he has good takes.
Oh yeah, we watched the Sweet 16 game.
Yeah.
In Vegas with the weird Yankee hat guy.
And then you and I watched
my phone in.
we literally watched a game in Vegas with John right behind us
Yeah.
doing
Oh, that's
color
right.
commentary.
I could not go to that one. I was
Yeah.
on an airplane dying.
Yeah, you were going back home. God, Yankees hat, man.
That guy was
Remember
awesome.
His cord. Vegas guy singing.
He had no remorse whatsoever.
Why does he have the Fred Durst Yankees hat? Why that one?
I don't know.
That guy was something else, man.
That guy
Something
lives-
tells me he probably just picked it up off a guy who was, laying in the street.
I was wondering. I think we may have asked you when we bumped into you at the MGM this year. Did you see the MGM guy? Because remember we watched that game at the MGM.
That's
Yeah.
right, we did.
And that guy was there.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
It's like, did you see?
I did not see him.
Yeah.
I have
By the
not
way,
seen him.
Happer,
Next year.
a texter sends in from the 402. Maybe Connor can bring his stolen hot sauce.
Oh,
Do you steal hot sauce from Mike Schaefer?
I steal hot sauce from Pancheros.
Yeah, that's the Pancheros Wang.
Oh, you'll bring hot sauce that you steal from Pancheros.
Sure. That's coming up in a couple months.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. We've already marked it down on the calendar because we're going to call the Pancheros and give them a
Watch
description of Connor and see if they
Awesome.
arrest him.
Are you gonna do like a voice changers? Like they're coming.
He's going to steal
He's gonna steal your sauce.
Yeah, there's a whole graphic about it and everything.
Was this
You
on
were gone.
Tuesday?
You were no. This was several
This was a
weeks
while
ago.
ago.
Yeah.
Boston.
I think it was. I think it was.
God, I
And,
hate
and
when I miss out on inside jokes. I love inside jokes. I'd love to be a part of one someday.
Yeah, that's
Connor's
coming up.
Gonna steal Pancheros.
That-
How much Pancheros do you have left from the last theft?
Like
have
a
any?
bottle and a half. Yeah.
And how much did you take?
Probably 3 to 4, maybe.
Wow, you go through that very slowly.
Yeah, I just make it like a couple times. Like I dump it on a bunch of wings like 3 or 4 times.
Oh,
Yeah, well, he only
okay.
does the heist once a year. He has to be careful.
I have to
He's
ration.
passionate.
Have you ever thought about,
It's pretty spicy sauce.
Have you ever
It's flavor Kano.
Have you ever thought about doing like a Walter White, getting the methylamine where you set up a deal where you heist it off the truck? So you just take the whole truck?
It's a
Good idea.
barrel.
And then you
Roll
work
it.
with some Nazis to help you.
Luckily, I'm
or
not
something.
in the Empire business, so I don't need
Okay.
to.
See, and what I was hoping is you could film it and then you could edit it together like an Ocean's movie. So you just had all the boxes and stuff.
No, I'm not going to film this. I'm not going to film this. You guys are already trying to frame me for a crime.
Frame you? You're doing it. I mean, there's no framing
You
here.
guys are trying to frame me, and
Can't believe you're trying to frame O.J. Simpson.
I was framed.
Totally exonerated. Connor Happer.
Hey, you know how OJ's crime career started? He was stealing hot sauce from Taco Bell. So.
Chance, the segment happened when you were pioneering several new slurs in Boston.
That's right.
Was it on Marathon Monday?
It may have been.
Wow.
That
Incredible.
does sound right.
I didn't listen to any of your guys' shows that whole week.
Thanks,
That's
jerk.
fine.
Yeah.
Normally I listen on days off at least a little bit, but I didn't check it out. What was I going to do? Download a podcast?
I mean, you probably needed some soundtrack to run to.
I didn't. I listened to nothing during the race except for the
Really?
crowd in Boston.
You didn't even have your earplugs in?
I was
Because he
raw
wanted to
dogging
pick up
it.
new slurs.
Wow, 26 miles.
I'm
of
surprised you
your
didn't
own
even have like
thoughts.
Mandel whispering sweet nothings in your ear.
What were you thinking? What were your thoughts?
Just focusing on the running and the atmosphere and how cool it was.
Like step by step, like
Yeah,
left,
no,
right.
left, right.
no, I
left,
wasn't
right,
thinking left, right, left, right.
I was thinking
focusing on
left,
my
right,
breathing.
N-word.
How's my heart rate doing?
Does Mandel have a cameo? Because you should see if you
In
can hire
what?
him to like.
Oh, cameo. the
Yeah,
app.
you should see if you can hire him to just give you motivational speeches. So when you're doing a race, you can just hear him. You got this, Josh.
I'm okay.
Good job, Josh.
I'd want Bill Simmons to do
The
it.
Cowboys suck, Josh.
You want Bill Simmons to do it? You're weird.
Bill Simmons is the soundtrack to many of my runs. John, I listened to him this morning with Zach Lowe on my run.
You listen to NBA Pod?
Of course I do. What do you mean? I listen to many NBA pods. You don't listen to Simmons at this time of year?
No,
Oh, wow.
I haven't listened to Simmons in probably a couple years now.
Oh,
Not
really? I
consistently.
texted Schaefer on Wednesday. I told him he had to listen to the Pablo Torre interview because I wanted to talk about it. With him.
I listened to him a lot when I was driving to Lincoln
And now you
and
don't
back
do that
daily,
anymore.
and now I just
Listen to
I
us.
fell off the Simmons wagon.
Sad. John, when did you fall off the Simmons wagon?
When's his birthday?
Let's see. He turned 50 in 2018. I don't know.
He did.
68?
He loved talking about when he turned 50 in 2018.
Yeah.
Weird guy.
So yeah, whatever
all
that
of his
was.
68.
friends on his text.
Well, he's
threads.
older than me, so it would have been on my birthday.
I got a text thread going on right now.
Oh, my gosh. Oh,
It's all
Bill
these guys
Simmons.
with wacky names. They're just
It
like
really is.
weird
It's all the classic Boston names.
sitcom characters
Sully.
in his life.
Yeah.
That's cool. I mean, we have random like characters basically on this show. People who pop in.
We have Pedro,
Random Mike.
Pedro's wife.
Yeah, Pedro's wife. Chris will just randomly be here,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
He's always here.
shout things,
Yeah.
which is great.
Nice.
Love that.
nothing wrong with that.
No.
Nothing wrong at all.
When's the Mike Farron Memorial Super Regional begin?
In 14 minutes.
Because it got delayed? Is
Yes,
that what
it
I
got
saw?
delayed. I've already warned Mike because this is like the second week in a row because Farron's first day last week was also delayed by weather. I said, you're not bringing that stink here, buddy.
Which
No.
game is Farron doing again?
He's doing
Louisville,
Miami and Louisville. Louisville. I forgot how close that ballpark was to Churchill Downs.
Yeah, he was talking about whiskey spots already.
Yeah,
he's been in Louisville a lot this year.
Yes, he has.
Is it a tough look for a baseball team based in Louisville to, if like they don't do well? Is that a tough look
Because of the bats?
because of the bats?
I
I mean,
mean,
like there's such a
Remember, they don't use
Thing, you
wooden bats. in,
James Naismith
California.
invented basketball, and he was a horrible coach.
what was he good at putting a ball in a peach basket?
I mean,
He
on a
made
ladder
the
he
ball
was.
in the peach basket.
Yeah.
His head coaching record was 55-60.
Yuck.
Jeez.
He's Mike Riley of basketball coaches.
poll question.
This is wild. Like, you invented the sport.
55 and 60.
Yeah.
There's got to be
He's like-
some
he's
other
like
coach out there who
maybe
went
he's just
55.
He's like
really
the Tim Miles of his day.
Maybe-
His tweets were funny.
Maybe he's one of those guys.
I bet his telegraphs. I bet his
Oh,
telegraphs
they were good.
knee
He had
slappers.
good halftime telegraphs.
I bet he was one of those guys
I've got one for you here. You need to run it down to the old Western Union.
who's
The old peach basket days.
I can't think of anything that would be funny, but
he's a guy who comes up with great ideas but struggles to
execute it.
to explain
He would have fit
the
in great
idea.
with radio people then.
yes.
It's perfect. We can just say stuff and not have to actually do it. It's amazing. Unless you get challenged by the listeners who say that you can't eat 10 chicken nuggets in a short period of time.
Are you going to do something fun like that this summer?
Well, I haven't guaranteed much lately. I don't know.
I think
Something
you
comes
should.
up.
That'd be fun.
You haven't been oddly confident about something?
No, my confidence has been
Shattered?
stricken down.
Mm.
Wow.
No, it's not.
Hmm.
But I don't know. Nothing comes to mind.
It's got to be organic.
It does.
It's got to be organic. That was fun, though. I really, for a fleeting second, I thought, you know what? Connor might have this. And then you took the first bite. And it was like, yeah.
Just like Nick with the hot dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
I instant regret.
God, that was so good, Nick.
I'll never forget that day. I learned a lot about
Oh,
myself
they made
that
hot
day.
dogs today. We should try it. We should try it again.
I already
Again.
had two. I can't have another dog.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah,
And you keep having cookies too.
a third dog can't hit my belly.
John points out Naismith better record than Frost.
Yes.
What would football have been like if Scott Frost had invented it?
Man, I have lots of jokes. Let's see which one I want to make.
Every game would be a close game.
Oh, it definitely would be.
What? That is a great open-ended question. What would football be like if Scott Frost
invented
invented it?
Golden tea breaks at halftime.
But he doesn't play video games, I heard.
Instead of Gatorade, it's a thing full of margarita. But not, it's cheap margarita. It's like the $3 margarita
Oh,
mix.
man.
The players get to wear like shorts, like
Oh, no. There's
they
no
get to-
hoodies.
they get to play on a country club and then they get to wear shorts, like
No
basketball shorts and
hoodies
stuff
allowed.
like that. Yeah.
No hoodies allowed.
No
Um,
kickoffs, onside only, it says Amazing Daniel.
The cool thing is, if a player messes up, they can just say that it wasn't their fault, it was another person's, and they can just keep passing the buck.
Genius.
Had a great week of practice. Lots of good practices.
Every result is close.
Mhm.
Mm.
Mhm.
Actually, if you lose close, it's actually counted as a win.
Oh, okay.
If you lose,
Dude, he's the best coach ever then.
you automatically get lupus.
That's the other thing. Every injury is just lupus.
Lupus.
Mm.
Lupus.
It's kind of like how, in the South where everything is, Coke, Pepsi. He's got a hamstring lupus, concussion lupus,
Mouth
strained
lupus.
calf lupus.
That's what I had. I had
Get
a
a-
Boston. I had a strained hamstring
a-
lupus.
Man, it's so inconvenient getting wired jaw lupus.
Mm-hmm.
Turf toe lupus.
Nick, that was so wild.
What was
That's
that? What was
insane.
the what was the strange rhabdo lupus?
Rhabdo lupus. That was the OG.
The
That was-
OG.
That was the
baby.
very first Frostroversy.
Rhabdo lupus is going on the band name list.
Frost Reversey. That's good.
Frost. Oh, why didn't we have that?
Bring him back
band?
so we can fire that up.
Well, he is coaching down there. We can keep shit
There will
tabs on
be
him.
there will be some Frostroversies at UCF, probably, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a weekly segment on UCF, are we not?
You think?
Oh yeah.
Like Tuesday.
We have to check in because I was told people didn't like hearing about him, right? After I remember I wrote a column.
Oh, you did. That's
Then I
right.
saw the numbers for that column, and it was like, oh, interesting. I think people actually do like hearing about Scott Frost.
Okay.
That was what I learned.
It's
All right.
possible. But we just need another data point to check whether they do for sure. So do another segment and then we'll see.
Okay, perfect.
Maybe we could have like a board, like a tote board or something, where we can have some kind of a marker on there for every win he gets to climb the ladder or something.
Oh, like a yodeler?
Yeah, like the yodeling guy from the Price is Right,
Yeah.
where it just
I
goes
think
up the
Sicko's
hill.
committee did something like that for
Iowa.
for Ferentz, a few
Yeah.
years ago when he
Drive
was
for
their offensive.
325.
They did
That's
do
right.
that.
Man, that was a fun bit.
It was
that
a
was
really
great.
fun bit. I was invested.
It was a fun bit until we realized there's no way
Yeah.
in hell they're getting to it.
Because they were averaging like 12 points a game or
Yeah,
something.
they felt like 1 billion points short.
Sam writes, all linemen must puke on snap. Yeah, if you're going back to the
nice.
Frost rules of
Yeah, that's true.
football.
there was another Frost.
That was one of his last ones, was it not? Wasn't that Donnie?
The
That was the
puking at
2022
practice?
year?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was puking is a good thing.
Rob says the championship trophy would be a dented truck fender.
Okay, so I was
Nice.
going to say every player gets a truck, but it has a big dent in it.
Something about sliding
Something
down
tells
the
me, though,
handrail.
Rail, yes.
Well, he didn't want to do that. Was staged.
If
Oh, of
Frost,
course it was.
if Frost did invent football, Oklahoma wouldn't be allowed to play.
That's right. We don't play them. Akron would be banished.
Yeah, and they'd have to pay us back.
Yes. If Scott Frost invented football.
Joel
somebody do
says
like a-
three-man fronts would be banned.
Can somebody
Oh,
do like
yeah.
a complete like history of
Frostiversies?
just bullet point like all the things he said and did that were weird?
Maybe that
This
could
sounds
be
like
new
a fun topic.
column. My column.
God, that is a great like summer project. I mean, Josh already has a summer project, but that
It's
is
getting-
a summer project.
My project is getting very close to being done.
This
I'm
seems
excited.
like it could be a fun segment for next week.
I think it's a project. This is. It would take too long. It couldn't just be a segment.
Like you just take a month at a time and you just say, here's what happened in October of 2019.
Because I remember I did something like that once. I think it was before the 21 season. Like John and I did a segment. It was like, here's all the things that happened in the offseason. And it started with very simple stuff like Wandale left and he was like, because they didn't know how to use me properly.
Yeah.
And McCaffrey left
Yeah.
and that was a controversy. Remember, because then Christian
Yeah.
spoke. But then also the big stuff like the Oklahoma cancellation, Bill Moose getting fired.
That would all be on there.
Wow. That is a good project idea.
Just random quotes.
Wow. What a time.
You could probably, I mean, you wouldn't be able to remember like, but it seems like there's a bullet point or like a bold, topic at every one of his press conferences.
Yeah.
It just feels like, oh, that was the press conference where that happened.
Remember the press conference? It was like 3 minutes because we were like, we're just going to air the whole thing today. And we just aired it straight through because it was I think it was one of the Thursday ones and it was like 3 minutes long. And it was like, wow, he was testy that day.
The press conference where he didn't give an opening statement to Big Ten Media Days.
And now
that's right.
God, he was the gift that just kept on giving. Sadly, no wins.
I think there's a joke about Mountain Dew and dip in there somewhere too.
Was there?
No, just for Scott Frost football rules. I'm still thinking.
By the way, I just found it. Scott Frost, this was August of 2021 from Jimmy Watkins. Remember Jimmy?
Oh, Jimmy.
Scott Frost didn't have much to say during a 5-minute press conference. That's the title of the story.
Is the
Because that
story
was
longer
right
than the
after.
presser?
That was not very long after Trev brought him out, right?
It would have been
Oh,
like
yeah.
a week later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A stern, short-winded Scott Frost took the podium on the 6th floor.
Oh, he was triggered during
He
that
addressed the
time.
media for a little more than 5 minutes and didn't waste time. So this was ahead of the Illinois loss. This was game week.
Oh,
I know we got to run, but let's
Yeah.
bring this full circle. Amazing Daniel has suggested the Wang Nacho game be North Carolina, Central Florida.
hello.
Is that a Thursday game?
Is that a Thursday game?
I'm looking it up. I thought that was
Or is
remember
it-
that's big. I think that's going to be big noon the
They
same
haven't
day.
announced it, but it might be
Nebraska,
big
Michigan.
the day we play
Yeah.
Michigan.
You could do Wayne
Yeah.
Noon shows.
Well, but then there's
I'll probably be out of
Mike,
it's
probably
Mike Farron.
I'll probably be out of town, boys.
Hi, Farron.
Can I
That-
join via Zoom?
that camera angled down a little bit.
I know him. I know Mike Farron.
Look at this baseball.
He's on TV.
Josh got sad again.
Wait a minute. They got
No, I'm
they
happy.
got the windows closed. Open your damn windows.
Wow, tweet at him.
Soft.
I'm doing it right now. Open your windows.
That was a good crossover, boys.
Good job.
Yeah, solid crossover, guys.
Happy New Year or just
I think
solid?
just good.
I think just
Yeah, it's just
solid.
good.
all of very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Consistently good.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha and everlevelconcrete.com.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, he can't keep doing this. But he does.
But Josh talking about football when we have baseball happening?
No, Nick, we're about to talk about basketball.
Oh.
What?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I take it back. Let's talk about football.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Welcome
Hi, John.
to the Grum
Hello.
Hi, Nick.
on a One Beer Friday. Glad you could be here with us as we wrap up this first week of June.
Wow.
And then we get into busy time as the College World Series is literally a week away. We'll be in probably
First inning.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It starts at 1.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 90 minutes in. Yeah, we'll be in first inning.
Nice.
Is it?
Maybe the second if we're lucky.
Does it always start at 1? I feel like it's 1.
It has the
feels
last
late.
few years.
Okay.
It's been 1 and 6.
Remember the days when it was 4 and 8?
Yeah.
Remember that year? That was wild.
That was the...
Maybe
4 and 8.
I'm still pretty scarred from the triple header last season.
Yeah,
That was-
well, get ready to get scarred. Get ready to speak scarred, Nick.
No. Scars by Papa Roach?
You know what's also wild is like I keep saying, yeah, we're about to do this and I won't see you for a month. We're going to do the show together in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
You'll be back together. We'll all be back. Well, John will be in Lincoln, but we'll do the show
Yeah,
in 2 weeks.
College World Series really messes with the timeline of
Well, I
everything.
mean,
It does.
but the thing that, I mean, they have
Perception of
changed it because it used to start on a Saturday
Yep.
and then there were the single header days.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like this format way better because now you always have a championship series on a Saturday and a Sunday, if necessary on Monday.
I agree. I do miss those single header days because it felt almost like a vacation.
It really was like, I can breathe a little bit today.
Like, oh, I get to
I don't
watch
have
a ball
I don't
game
have
and
to
then
get
go
up
home.
at 7:30 after getting home at 2:30.
Yeah, though you won't get home at 2:30 or have to get up at 7:30 this
John's going to have a sleepover at my place.
year. What? I've invited you to my place all these
I'm
years.
allergic to cobwebs.
And you go hang out with Mr.
No,
Dog?
I don't have cobwebs anymore, John. I live with another person.
2 people
2 people.
and a pet.
And 2 dogs.
2 dogs.
Yeah.
2 hot dogs, but not hot dogs.
I think our dogs are hot?
Because it's warm outside.
What's wrong with you?
It's warm outside, Nick.
Well, the Grum Down is presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Mr. Halliburton and the Pacers steal another one.
I want to say that this one is the most surprising, though I still think the Knicks one was a bigger shocker because of how they were trailing in that one, but this one was nuts. Absolute insanity.
I think this one was the bigger shot.
You think so?
Even though they didn't have to come from as far behind.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
when you
better
think about-
team,
when
way
you
better
think-
team.
Way better team, quality of defense, playing in that atmosphere.
And the end of game, like we'll talk about it, but the end of game of that you think they have a rebound, you think they get fouled, the refs say no, they didn't. It's
Yeah.
Thunderball, so they have to make another stop, and they did, and then they don't call timeout. Wild.
So I famously don't pay attention to the NBA. Has Halliburton like been on the radar, or is he just kind of out of nowhere?
Well, Halliburton, Nick,
postseason?
it's interesting you asked that. A lot of people thought he was overrated. There was
Yeah.
an NBA players poll a year or two ago, maybe,
Yeah.
and he was voted most overrated.
Wow.
And he didn't even have a very good game last night.
Wow.
Knocked in the most
Until
important
the
shot.
very end.
Uh-huh.
Super regionals, UNC is already, I mean, they waxed Arizona.
They sure did.
And Miami and Louisville have just begun.
Mhm.
Ping.
Jack Mitchell will join us here in a few minutes. College football cluster. We'll get to what Ryan Day had to say.
Nice.
Kent's Movie Club, a complete unknown.
You going to do the voice?
No, the one joke that everybody John's age has.
Hey,
There it is.
I told
Kids
my wife.
Movie Club
I
is
told
on the
Riz about that last
air.
night. She was baking a cake. And I was like, "Yeah, John had this joke on the air," and I did the voice, and then I just started laughing to myself because it's funny. It's a funny joke.
Every
Again-
white guy around John's age has the same joke.
I think everybody has that joke because
Yeah.
that's how he talks. It's me, Bob Dylan.
What if people made fun of how you talked?
They probably do.
I'm Josh Peterson.
Okay,
dude-
my voice doesn't sound that way, Nick.
The dude made a career out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The best Bob Dylan joke though was on Walk Hard when Dewey Cox is. Have you seen Walk Hard?
Oh, I love that movie.
I have still not seen it start to finish,
Wow.
but I've
That should
seen
be a
it.
movie club movie.
It should be.
Well,
Well, there's
I
a-
looked it up and it's not on there.
Sad. There's a Bob Dylan scene where it's the lyrics are all just weird,
Uh-huh.
and very Bob Dylan coded. So I like Bob Dylan jokes. I think they're funny, and I enjoyed the movie. I look forward to talking about it.
I'm excited to talk about
Joe
it.
Rex Road of The Athletic will join us.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Is Nebraska a shaker-upper?
You spelled fixer wrong.
What?
Fixer-upper.
Shaker-upper. It's a shaker-upper. Are they going to shake things up? A shaker-upper. It is predictions, and it's a one-beer Friday. And Pedro's wife made cookies.
I've already had 3 of them.
Thank you again for the cookies. They're
They
delicious.
were wonderful, and there's still a lot left.
Yeah, congrats to our coworkers.
You want to?
Hey, if anyone's listening in the building right now,
You want to stop by?
come
just
on down. Let us
come on
know.
in. We
We'd
got a
love to give you some cookies.
big
Yeah,
old
we would love
tray
to
of
share our cookies with
peanut
you.
butter and chocolate chip cookies.
Yep.
They're
Stop on
delicious.
by. We know you're listening.
Or maybe, you know what? To all of our fine postal carriers in the neighborhood, if you want to stop on by,
Yeah, go to the front desk, and they'll let you in. They'll
well,
let
we
you right
know
in.
we know one postal carrier. Just text us and we'll let you in.
Jed.
Or actually, better yet,
Jed does have my
Well-
phone number.
we'll probably just throw the cookies at you from the door.
That's how you treat your mail people, John. Here's some cookies.
No, just Jed.
Okay.
And then
that
he'll
makes
give it
sense.
back to you. Says there's no stamp on this
Here's some mail.
or return address.
Mm-hmm.
Or we'll sick the dogs on you.
Mm-hmm.
402-951-1620 is the not the Equitable Bank inbox. That's the email. I'm already on vacation.
That's
Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Oh, interesting that you finally admit that it's vacation. Finally. Oh my gosh, he admitted.
It is not really vacation.
You know how hard he's gonna have to work?
I mean, double hard.
Yeah.
All the things he said about Shohei, and now he is Shohei.
Oh.
Only one appendage works.
Do you think this is universal karma?
I think so. I think God has smited you, John.
Smoked. A light smiting.
Yeah.
As a
Over
treat.
Shohei? Highly unlikely.
Or your bad takes.
Well, God's like, I created this guy to be the best player in MLB, and you
You
mocking
can't be the
him.
best player when you only do one thing. Can't. He doesn't play
soon,
defense.
Soon he'll throw again, John. He will pitch.
Will he?
Yes.
I don't know. Yes, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, 402-951-1620. You can also hit us up on the Twitter, JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
And the Equitable Bank inbox that
And
you
the
did
Equitable
mention.
Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. The Louisville Stadium vibe is giving off Buck Belzer vibes from 25 years ago.
What? How come?
Because if you look in the outfield, it's a chain link fence and people, so you can actually see through the fence.
Yeah.
And there are people sitting on the ground.
Wow.
At the base of the fence. And it reminds me.
What are they
of,
at a music festival in 1964?
It reminds me of Buck Belzer back in the 2001 regionals and super regionals.
Wow. And then you have your little thing of dirt.
That's a
Well,
base hit.
no, the dirt, Mount Buck was gone by the regionals.
Oh, sad.
Yeah, they took it out.
That's a bummer.
Well, it was just a leftover dirt from construction project. I think they were building the parking garages that are over there.
Ah.
You know, the ones you guys would park at?
Uh-huh.
I
We
think
love
they were
parking
building
garages.
those at the
Okay.
time that they had Mount Buck up there in left center field.
John emails in, going back to one of the items that was on the Grum Down.
Yeah.
Nebraska won't shake things up until next year. They won't fire Rule after only 3 years, but May after 4.
That cameraman shaking things up right now.
Well,
Like,
it's a little
making me
windy, I
sick.
think. I think it's just a little bit windy. Just a little.
Guess they're firing Matt Rule, says
They
listener
are not
John.
firing Matt Rule.
No.
He's gonna be fine.
He's going to be fun. Wee.
In the words of Bob Dylan, Matt Rule is gonna be fine.
I will say that first scene when he shows up at the the hospital, which, by the way, the hallway at that hospital reminded me of my elementary school with the
Yeah.
exact same floor. And
This hospital reminds me of school.
but when he first started talking, I was like, oh my gosh, is this voice going to be this way the whole time? And then I thought he settled into the role
He did
pretty well.
Unironically, you saying this hospital reminds me of a school as Bob Dylan does sound like a Bob Dylan lyric.
So there you go. Jack Mitchell's going to join us in a few. He says he's running a little late.
But I think we're going to be just fine.
I think we're going to be just fine.
Yep.
So we'll talk to Jack and have a whole lot more. So glad you could be here on this One Beer Friday.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
from Stephen Berry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water
As we
of
mentioned,
meats.
Jack's running a little bit behind, but he'll be.
Uh-oh.
It's getting a little crotchety over. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting a little crotchety over here.
The mic has a little wang in it.
Yeah, well, it's got something in it. Spiders.
Perhaps spiders. My grandma used to call farts barking spiders.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
I mean, she still does.
I've heard it, but I don't understand it.
Barking spiders.
I don't know, Nick. She was born in the 40s.
It's pretty funny, though.
Yeah, Nick, it's
think
funny.
about it.
Say my grandma's not funny? Is that what you're saying about my grandma, Nick? She's a lovely woman.
Well, I hope she has other jokes, is what I'm saying.
Wow!
Really?
Goodness gracious!
What's not funny about barking spiders?
That's hilarious.
I just don't get it. It doesn't make any. Why would a fart be a barking spider?
Because it's to imply that if you're sitting in a chair, it's the spiders made the noise. You know,
it's like when people cry and they're like cutting onions in here.
See, and like,
is it dusty?
It's a cover. It's a cover for what you actually did.
I understand that it's a cover. That's not the part I'm hung up on. But sitting in a chair, it's supposed to imply you're sitting in a chair and the spiders in the chair are barking.
Well, no, they're just.
I don't sit in spider chairs.
Well, just
you know of.
the spiders in the house.
Yeah, Nick.
Got to remember back in the day, you know, we didn't have the Orkin man, you know, killing all the critters and stuff. People used to live with critters and stuff crawling all over the place. Jack Mitchell still lives.
Thank God Jack Mitchell is here, Nick, so you can turn off your microphone.
Yeah, geez.
Yeah, yes, finally.
Have you ever heard the phrase barking spider?
No.
For a fart?
No. Have you? Was that an? Is that
Josh's grandma?
My grandma says that.
Used to call them barking spiders.
Yeah.
I think that was just.
What are you saying about my grandma, Jack?
I think that was just a her thing. I just don't think that was like a regional.
No, I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
Barking spider.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't like that.
Really?
What did your grandma used to call farts?
I mean, I remember there was a whole generation of women who called it fluffing. You know,
yeah,
that's a different thing now.
I've heard that. Yeah, well, yeah, good point. Good point. But yeah, I've heard that one.
I'm kind of proud that I legit don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, fluff. Ooh, who fluffed? You know, it was the most pleasant way to say it. Right? It was very nice.
So basically, what you're saying is your grandmother was more ladylike, and Josh's was.
I don't know that my grandma said that.
No, she's not from Holdridge. My mom. Is she from Holdridge? No, I don't remember where my mom is from. Or my grandma's from. No, my mom is from Holdridge.
Yeah.
You don't like. I guess I don't know that I had that many conversations about farts with my grandma that I recall. Well,
that wasn't like something you talked about at Christmas time.
We do. My family, we do. Because my grandpa will clear out the room. My mom's side of the family, big farting family.
Really?
Huge farting family.
Like your mom's thrilled to hear this.
She knows. She knows what's up.
Like for extended family, like you're not even talking just like extended family gatherings.
Yeah.
They'll be open. Like,
Christmas
audible
time, and it's like, oh, who cleared the room? I mean, it's just wild stuff.
Man, it's like there's a real intimate boundary of people you kind of are open with farts about, right? Those are the people you're closest to.
Dad's side of the family, very quiet about farts. I've never had a conversation with that side of the family about farting. Mom's side, but they live in Fremont, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, we're big fart fans in Fremont. Aaron and Papillion, they are the Holdridge Dusters.
By the way, my mom texted me that my grandma is from Holdridge. So
Holdridge Dusters. Now we know it. Now I always wondered where that nickname came from. It could have been the Holdridge Barking Spiders.
It's the Remingtons farting it up.
Wow. I bet she is happy to be listening.
And she added that my uncle also calls them barking spiders. So maybe my grandma took it from my uncle. Maybe it wasn't grandma that passed it down to uncle, but uncle passed it up to grandma.
I bet it always comes from the
top
elders down. Yeah,
that's true.
It would be interesting how long of a list,
like folk music.
How long of a list of slang names could you make for
farting
for the fart? Yes,
flatulence,
right? Like, you know, I remember when I was in elementary school, I don't know if this is a thing that was just in my school or more of a regional thing, but I believe some of my friends called it floating the air biscuit.
Yes, yes, I've heard
Is that a
one.
thing? I didn't know if I made that up in my head.
Yeah.
That was a thing. Okay.
Yes. No,
floating, or is it floating the magic air biscuit or something? It was about floating in an air biscuit.
Yeah, calling it an air biscuit is one. Tony says crop dusting.
Crop dusting. Oh yeah,
crop dusting.
I've heard that for years. Heard that for years.
You know, it's funny. As much as I enjoy a good fart, I trying to think of any that we had that was regional specific.
Well, I remember when I was growing up, like when I was a little kid, my parents called them stinkers. I recall that.
Yeah,
interesting.
So, well, there was always like, what do they call it as a little kid? Yeah.
Yeah, you always had a FSBDs, silent but deadly.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Andy says you guys should do a draft for fart nicknames. Bring back the draft.
You know what? That's a great idea.
That would be fun.
Because I need some more nicknames.
Yeah, it'd be fun to hear from people from all over the country.
Yeah. Get some
Tony says the little toots.
The toots.
The little toots.
Yeah, I mean toot.
Yeah, toots. I really don't like that song.
Toot always seemed like the PG version of fart. Like fart is PG-13, but toot is PG.
Can I be? I mean, listen. How?
I think.
Can I be open? Can I be open about something? Like I feel like we're all intimate here enough to discuss some of these.
We're
things.
part of the Wang Nachos
Go ahead
crew.
And fart if you want.
I haven't. I wish. I mean, I guess it's more than just the two of you, but I would just tell the two of you this if we were in a room together, and it's no one else. But I had one the other morning that sounded almost exactly like the beginning of Disturbed Down with the Sickness when it goes. Ooh, and I wish I could tell someone or someone heard it and I didn't know. I thought I would go to my grave with that I had a fart that sounded exactly like the beginning of Disturbed with the Sickness. It was one of them. It was for me, it was a morning one. Obviously, you know, those are when you have some interesting things going on.
Oh yeah,
but
morning,
it was just
morning is prime fart time.
It was like the time signature. Ooh, it was perfect. I don't know how I did it. I wish I could do it again.
Baymont says, "Can we Happy New Year a Jack interview?"
Sure, why not?
Nick, put this one in the rotation for December.
Yeah, this isn't bad. We used to have. This was before your time, Jack, but we used to have a news director there at KLIN who took great pride not only in the volume but in the length, and we always used to call it riding the bull, hitting the 8-second mark. And I could always tell. You know how the newsroom is. There's the T-shaped table, and someone sitting on one side, someone sitting on the other. He'd be on the left, I'd be on the right. I'd be getting my sportscast ready or something, and he'd be typing the news. And I could see out of the corner of my eye, Greg just hike up one cheek and just start to go. And there was one time where I think he hit the 8 seconds, and I just went. The horn. But we used to call it riding the bull.
Oh my gosh.
That's amazing. That's amazing. It's no wonder that building is in the condition that it's in. Kind of the noxious gases that have filled it over the years.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Where do we go from here?
Beefing. There's another one.
I don't like that one. I don't like that one
because you call it a beefer.
That smells stinky. It sounds like a stinky fart.
Yeah. I've heard it. I remember that too from when I was a kid. I didn't like it because I was like, I don't know. I like to think about eating beef.
I know.
There's a crossover there that makes me feel weird.
Yeah, I don't want to sully the good name of beef.
Yeah. Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Agent Joe says the brown note. The brown note.
The brown
that seems
note.
like you're leaving something in your trousers.
Well, isn't that like a note that they can actually play that makes you do it? That makes you like. Is there a frequency that you can play?
Hello, music man.
Hi. It's a theory that exists where there's allegedly a musical note that gets played where the frequency can vibrate your bowels and make you have to poo.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, it is hypothetical though.
What do you mean it's hypothetical? Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how that works. Apparently they tested it on Mythbusters. Huh.
It's like hitting your farting G spot.
The show. The show apparently declared the brown note myth busted.
Yeah, never say that combo of words again, please. Wow, your show is very different than mine.
Don't you play music all day on Fridays, Jack?
Yeah.
That's fun. That's lighthearted.
I mean, that's still a few steps away from farting G-spot, to be honest. You know,
band name, Nick? Album name?
Oh,
the Farting G-Spot?
That sounds more like a album name than a band name.
Yeah, the Farting G-Spot.
Yeah, the Beefers, Farting G-Spot.
The list is mostly a combination of band names or album names. It could be either or.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
the Beefers definitely feel like a Scottish band to me. I don't know why, but they're definitely
It does.
Scottish rock, right? Like,
Yeah.
Where
do we go from here?
I got something for you, Jack.
Please do.
There was
Really?
a comment earlier from your friend and mine, Theo, where he says,
Theo, fire.
Ask Mitchell about RB2, literally the only host who appreciates depth at quarterback and running back positions, and then a goat emoji. Are you the only one who appreciates depth at any position? Is that you?
Well, I mean, Josh, you know the answer
you and I
to
debated
this.
the quarterback thing. Who's debating the running back situation, though?
There is no debate.
Everyone says the running back room is horrible. They need more depth.
I mean, I don't know that I say it's horrible. I mean, it may be setting Emmett Johnson up for an All Big Ten season, but
true.
I would prefer some proven depth, yes. But yeah, I think you're right. I don't think I'm alone in that belief, right? I think we all, if Nebraska would have got that North Dakota State transfer, nobody would have been opposed to that kind of a thing. So no, I don't think I'm alone on that thing. That's going to be fascinating this year. That's one of the biggest question, guys, that like going into the season, if I could, I just have no answer to, is who is really going to step up as the second running back option. How much are they going to be used? Is it obviously just Quentin Ives? Is that what it is? Or that seems, it seems like it's going to be a little bit more extensive than that. But I have no answer really for that. That'll be fascinating to see when the season gets started. Who gets the second running back carry? Or who's the second person who gets a running back carry? I assume Ives, but I don't know.
I just hope I get excited enough to the point where, oh my God, I'm seeing a running back on the field for like 4 straight plays.
You want that.
I would like to.
I will say this to argue with myself, though. That said, and like, I think the fact that they are sort of locked into Emmett Johnson, at least as being the only running back that has had extensive experience, that's had some level of consistency in his career, and has not been a, like all conference type player, but been a good solid player for multiple years. Like, I think it's kind of going to be pleasant for me as a fan and watching it, because I've been so sick of seeing this, not just this coaching staff, but multiple Nebraska coaching staffs again, just fart around, to use the term, fart around with so many different starting running backs and guys you thought were going to be starting. We'll give them a shot, and then we won't, and then we'll switch, right? I mean, holy cow, over the last several years, like you could do a guy's name and dudes just for the last 7 years of running backs, to be honest, the last 10 years of running backs, and guys that seemed like they were going to be a starter. And then, it just never happened, and you never stuck to a person. It's been since Divino Zigbo, really, since that's happened. Really, Dedrick Mills maybe a little, but it just hasn't happened for the most part.
Jack, I hesitate in a way to ask you an NBA related question, but I do.
Good feeling from you.
Yeah, but I do have to imagine that you know what happened in last night's game, right? Like, do you know it all?
I know who won, and I know what happened in the last 5 seconds. There you go.
Okay, because I was going to say, what do you think the groin kick rating would be for the Thunder fans for last night's loss that they took?
I mean, I don't know. I think generally like what the comeback was, and I've seen the graph. So, but I didn't experience in watching it because nobody cares about the NBA. But so I don't even know. I mean, it probably was bad. I would think, but I didn't see it to actually fully appreciate it.
Well, Nick, bring up the video. Here it is.
Oh, perfect.
SGA has it. There's about a 9-second difference, shot clock and game clock. Gildas Alexander spins, pulls up, jumper. Off the mark, won't go. Rebound, Neesmith. The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
That's what he did.
Yep, that's the one thing.
And
I
he's
saw.
done that. He's done that 3 times, other times in this playoffs.
Yeah, so he's done it 4. He's done it every round now.
Yeah, he's had one every round where he's had a clean shot.
I mean, talk about a guy who was, I know he was a star before, but who has completely changed his sort of legacy based on a few weeks here. That's him. And what he's done
remember,
during these playoffs.
His biggest legacy in the playoffs to start was that his dad got in that jawing match with Giannis, and Dad got kicked out for a while, and now Dad's back and sitting up in the suites. Meanwhile, his kid is just taking over.
Yeah,
it was fun. It was fun to watch last night.
It'll be interesting to see if the Pacers get Dale Davis and Anthony Davis involved more this year. I know, or in this series, I know. Rick Smits, they do want to get him a lot of minutes, but the Davis,
nice.
That Davis combo when it comes to rebounding is just a really, good one. And, I thought Mark Jackson ran the point really well last night.
Everything comes back to the 90s.
It really does.
I can name 12 players deep on any 90s NBA roster, and I can name you Halliburton and, I don't know, a couple other guys, maybe if I think, on the Pacers now. Sad. It's sad what's happened with this league and this sport.
Yeah. Yeah, and they didn't even put the trophy on the floor last night. Did you see that? There's been a lot of critiques of the big game feel. They didn't show the starting lineups. There's no logos on the court that says it's the NBA Finals.
How much of that was they were taking extra time in the pregame to talk about Aaron Rodgers?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of weird to watch and go.
Just was like a normal game.
Yeah,
it
did. It seemed like a regular season game.
Yeah, sad.
Very
Jack,
sad.
Speaking of not sad though, how's the stuff going for your walk?
That's right.
A week from right now.
Hey, the forecast is
walk.
The forecast is looking pretty favorable right now.
Good.
Which is, I think, Mother Nature just trying to vindicate me that I was obviously, the Lincoln Airport thermometer was wrong. It happens. Everyone in Lincoln knows it happens. It's just kind of
totally
a
exonerated
secret that everyone keeps. But anyway, I'm not trying to get out doing the walk. That's done. But I do think Mother Nature, things work out that way. Throwing me a bone. I saw like a high of 83.
Wow.
Not. I mean, I don't know if summer's coming this year, guys. It's crazy.
Oh, trust me, it'll get here.
I don't
Just
know. Yeah,
give it time.
And
it'll get here.
I mean, one of my co-hosts on my show, or one of the guys in the newsroom, Mark Vail, he has this theory that I continue to think seems more and more true every year. And it's about climate change, but not the type that you would think. He thinks like the calendar is just off by 1 month with the weather, basically.
I might subscribe to this theory.
Like the weather right now is what we should be having 1 month ago right now. And it goes on through the entire year.
Yeah.
And that's why winter comes in so late, so frequently.
And then it feels like it leaves so late as well.
Yes. Yeah. It's interesting to think of it that way. But anyway, no, the walk, weather's looking good. I just want some people to donate. Go to klin.com/walk. Go to Help Out Morning Hope Grief Center in Lincoln. Would love for you guys to donate. You can just donate with no strings, or you can try to negotiate with me to force me to do something during the walk. Not a ton of interest in that yet, but it's still pretty early. I know they'll come hot and heavy as we get a little bit later in there.
Nice.
What I've been trying to do, Josh, you'll appreciate this. What I've been trying to do now is I've been using some of the websites and apps that are available that can sort of estimate time for you and exactly.
I saw that on the website. Yes.
Like I was able to put sort of a factor or percentage that'll slow down over the course of it. I'll have this pace, but it won't stay, and I'll slow down, and because I'm trying to figure out where I'll be at various spots. And so I feel like I'm kind of in your world a little bit with that.
Yeah, so it has the approximate route timing, so it lets people know when he'll get to 56th and Old Cheney, for example, at 2:45, or 70th at A at 4:15 p.m.
Yeah,
or
I don't know about
27th
I don't know if those guesses are going to be wildly inaccurate or what, but because we're going to have kind of some people showing up at some of these, and so I need to try and give them an idea of when we're going to be there. But I might have to, I might have to jog a little bit at some point.
Awesome.
Wait, you think you're going to get from Broadcast House to Gateway in 15 minutes?
Yeah, I'm gonna be right out. Oh, the adrenaline pumping then, right out of there.
How far is Broadcast House to the mall?
You can almost see it.
Broadcast House is 44th and O, and Gateway. Well, it depends on what you. I mean, Gateway's a pretty big place, but like, what are you defining as Gateway?
60th and O. I mean,
60th and O.
You can almost see it from the front porch of Broadcast House. What are you talking about?
You can't see it. There's a big hill. Trust me, I know.
Whatever, it'll be close.
I suppose maybe you could.
I believe in you, Jack.
Okay.
Thank you. There are a lot of people who say, "Oh, you can't do it. You're not. You can't even do it. You can really." Okay, first of all, I'm walking. Right? It's not even that physically. The biggest problem with something like this is not cardiovascular fitness or anything like that. It mainly becomes, and I'm sure this is part of the issue when you run marathons, and I know from running half marathons before, not to brag, but is the rubbing, right? If there's rubbing in a bad place, chafing, that usually kind of turns out, or something doesn't feel right about a shoe.
Don't wear boxers,
a foot
Jack.
issue.
Wear like a compression short down there. Gotta be safe.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a boxer brief only guy as is. So
you said you're going to have a boombox that people can control, right?
Yeah, people can buy that. We'll control it at. We'll be controlling it, but they can put requests in that go to Maria, and she's going to run it.
I have a request, and this will bring everything full circle. This is from Mark. My roommate and I had a boombox set up to record, and we would run over to record our farts all the time when we were in the Air Force. We had 5 minutes of continuous farts on tape. I want Mark's fart track.
That's I love that Mark did that. What a great idea. Wow. Like, can you imagine every time? Oh, here we go. Run over and try and get over, because I'm going to guess, John, that you had the play and record button down with the pause button down also, just to make sure you were totally ready.
Oh, man.
I guess you
remember
would.
recording on tape.
Yeah,
so that's what I did when I wanted to make sure I got a song on the radio. Is I would set it up with play and record and pause down. And so when I heard, for instance, "Who's Johnny" by El DeBarge, a song for some reason I loved in 1986, as soon as it came on, unpause. And then what ended up, and I still have them, I have tapes with "Who's Johnny" on 20 times in a row. Like, why I didn't just rewind it or something, but
or just go to Walmart and get El DeBarge on cassette. But yeah, I know. I used to do the same thing.
I was like 8. I didn't even bought a cassette in my life at that point. Yeah.
Kids today don't know what's up with any of this conversation.
They don't.
Man.
Gen Z.
If we could somehow get Mark's fart track as one of Jack's boombox songs,
that'd be awesome. That'd be good stuff.
I would have a couple of songs I would do it with, and then anytime there was some kind of a Husker novelty song on the radio, I also recorded those. So I've got cassettes somewhere with a ton of those.
By the way, Venmo Chris texted us a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I must state with all honesty that I was unprepared for this segment, in the running for GOAT segment of the year so far.
Okay.
Wow, that good?
Indeed.
Jeez.
They love the Emmett Johnson talk, I think, Jack.
That was it. It was definitely Emmett Johnson.
Jack's take was amazing on Emmett Johnson.
There was also a text that came in that says, "I like to fart and then say, 'Do you smell popcorn?' and then watch them get a big whiff of it."
Yeah. Mark follows up by saying, we would have our friends over and play it, and they laughed so hard it almost started to smell in the room. I would have hated it to have been that boombox. Can you imagine?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
The boombox smelled.
Yeah. Imagine if they just take it apart and just like all the fume damage that's
What's up with the inside of this?
Like, what's happened to this speaker? It looks like it's aged 80 years.
All right. Well, Good
Hey.
luck on the walk next week. We'll try to organize something so that you have to listen to some baseball during your walk.
Yeah, we can.
We'll
Maybe
you don't have a show next Friday, do
well,
you?
McMaster and I will be on the air from 10 until 12:40. So maybe we chat with you at some point.
They'll have a pregame.
Yeah, Jack will be on the air. No, it's not pregame, John. It's a special edition of the Connor Happer Show with Matt and me.
I understand, but it's pre-hour game.
It will be before the game, but it will not be pregame.
That's true, because if Josh has to talk baseball, he'll die.
Thank you for reminding me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have
You
a great
bet.
weekend.
Have a good one.
Peace
And
out.
don't forget that website, klin.com/walk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Kudos to whoever decided on that URL. Very simple.
It's very easy to remember.
Yeah.
Very easy to remember. It's a total of 8 letters.
Mark follows up again. That cassette went into our surround sound stereo.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, you could have a little graph. Remember back in the day when they used to have the graphic, this NBC show is in stereo.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
In surround sound.
I'm imagining they found a way to pan it, so you got a real Doppler effect on a real ripper.
Exciting, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not a bad idea, Nick.
Yeah. Okay. After that, we'll be back and have more. By the way, Louisville with back-to-back home runs has a 2-1 lead over Miami.
Baseball.
Top of the third in the Louisville Super Regional Game 1. And we'll be back in just a moment on 1620 The Zone. If you would like to help and pay it forward, this is a great way to do it. It's called becoming an organ and tissue donor. Organ and tissue donation is so simple. All it takes is just an agreement. Just check it off next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license. And then you have the opportunity to give back as folks desperately need healthy organs. You know, one healthy donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation. And with tissue donation, such as bone, skin, tendons, corneas, and more, you can impact so positively so many others, people who've been through bad accidents or cancer or have lost their sight or sports injuries. And the best part is anyone can do it. Doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your health condition. Anyone can donate. So next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license, check that donor registration box and become an organ and tissue donor today. Or if you want to find out more information and find out how you can save up to 8 lives, visit goodguysavelives.com. That's goodguysavelives.com. We're a week away from the College World Series. You'll be able to hear every game right here on your home for the College World Series. 1620 The Zone.
Every game.
I got something for you on that, John. Before I get to it, though, I did want to read this text from Rob, going back to the boombox.
Yep.
Great. Now the boombox has pink eye.
I almost recorded this video and shared it. There was something going around on the social media recently of a woman who claimed that she got E. coli because her boyfriend blasted. She got E. coli in her eye because her boyfriend blasted her in the face before they broke up. But I didn't know if it was one of those, fake deals or something.
You get E. coli from a fart?
Well, I don't think. Oh, is that the type of blast?
Yeah.
Oh, I think you're talking about the other kind.
No.
Josh.
I did. I've never heard anyone say blasted in the face to refer to a fart.
What'd you think I was talking about?
I'm not. That's why I was like, wow, I can't believe he's saying this on the radio right now.
I mean, we just got done talking about
I know,
farts.
yeah.
Use the context clues, you goober.
Well, sometimes context is out the window, Nick. Okay, so yesterday we were doing a crossover, and our friend Chris Prudon was hanging out in the studio, and he was like basically guaranteeing that the College World Series is going to have great weather. And then Jack just said, it's like it's still spring. Well, thank you to listener Sam for alerting us to this.
Hey, Sam.
From the National Weather Service Climate Prediction Center. A pattern change is forecast across the Central Plains into the middle Mississippi Valley, with increasing temperatures and humidity arriving by next weekend.
Shocking. In other words, summer's arriving.
Heat, is it indices?
Heat indices.
I've never heard of that. Heat indices near or exceeding 100 degrees Fahrenheit are possible over some areas. And sure enough, look at the circle. We're in there. We're pretty much right in dead center.
So my argument, my counterpoint.
Prudon's fault.
My counterpoint to this, Josh, is that there was a weatherman that came on in the South that he's like, I can't predict hurricanes anymore because the weather systems are defunded.
Mm-hmm.
So how can you trust this?
I mean, it's the National Weather Service, Nick.
Yeah, that's.
So you're saying it's going to be cold next week?
I'm saying it will be fine. It'll be comfortable.
No,
it
will not.
Okay, now you're all just out of control as Miami just threw away an easy out at the plate, and it's going to cost them 2 runs.
It's going to be super warm next week. Get ready, Nick.
Yes,
you're going to be
it's the
sweating out
College
your
World
butt.
Series. Yeah. It is always warm and humid.
It was fine last season, except for the championship series. That was really hot.
Right.
But the rest of the week was fine.
That's going to be warm.
Right, but we always get warm and humid weather for the College World Series.
Also, not to bring the conversation to football, because this is more media news. Ross Dellinger tweets, in a somewhat stunning move, ESPN is finalizing an agreement to extend its sub-license package with TNT Sports to include the CFP semifinal round. Sources tell Yahoo. The deal would grant TNT Sports broadcasting rights to one CFP semifinal annually in 26, 27, and 28. And I didn't realize this, John. Starting next year, TNT is also going to get 2 quarterfinal matchups. So basically, it's going to be splitsies.
I forget that
halvesies, no holesies.
I forget TNT exists until somebody brings up TNT in this context.
You forget TNT exists?
I don't have cable. I never see it anymore.
Yeah, I guess you don't. There's not sports that you would watch on it either.
They used to have NASCAR on TNT, didn't they?
They will again here in another couple weeks.
Nice.
Gee, is ESPN that hard up for money?
That they got to pay the players. Oh wait, never mind.
That
That's
they
what
got
the school say.
That they're giving up a semifinal. That means they're giving up one of the. Means ESPN's only doing one semifinal.
Yeah, they're doing half. So they're doing half of the playoff games starting next year until the championship, and then ESPN will do that every year.
They must be really hard up for money.
They got to pay Stephen A.
TNT is definitely hard up for sports. They want any kind of sports they can get their hands on.
100%.
They got the extra money now that they're not paying the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting move. Now the broadcast. I mean, they'll be on TNT, but it'll be an ESPN production, just like they were last year.
Correct.
ESPN announcers,
because they had the
ESPN
same scoreboard.
People.
It was just an ESPN logo instead of a TNT logo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Interesting move.
Andy says, is sweating out your butt a fart term? No, that's just me in the College World Series, but maybe it could be.
It could be.
Also, multiple comments coming in saying, Josh, I'm with you. That's what I thought John was talking about.
Again, where are your people? Where are your minds?
No, John.
Deep in the gutter.
John was clearly talking about farts.
Yes.
That's what we were talking about. It
Yes.
was all contextual. Use your thinking brain.
Yes.
I know you got one in that.
You're all so sick and disgusting. By the way, Louisville just hit a 3-run homer, and it's now 7-1.
Oh, why haven't the games been very good today? Do we need to have think pieces on why the baseball tournament has bad games so far? What's going on? So many blowouts. Maybe they need to contract it to 4.
That can be your weekend article for the Husker match.
I am trying to figure out what I want to write about this weekend.
Well, there you go. You can
College baseball scoreboard is bad right now.
Yeah.
All right.
That can be your new thing.
All right, perfect.
We still have Kent's Movie Club coming up.
Nice.
And also,
One Beer Friday.
You know what? We'll come back with a little bit of a Bigelow memorial. SI.com was ranking triplets in the NFL.
Ooh, that's fun.
Are there that many triplets?
There are. It's an amazing coincidence. We'll explain next on 1620 The Zone.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand, though. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Cry me a river. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
It is the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football topic of the day.
Awesome.
SI.com has ranked each NFL team's top offensive and defensive triplets.
You're good.
Okay. You're good. By triplets on defense, he's talking
about people who were born back to back
No,
to
he's
back
not talking
at
about
the same
that.
time.
No.
Like you got twins and triplets.
No. On defense, he's picking the best pass rusher, the best linebacker, and the best secondary player. The worst triplets in the NFL on defense belong to the Miami Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins.
Chop Robinson, Jordan Brooks.
I forgot about Chop.
Miami
And
Dolphins.
I keep forgetting how to, is it Iafatu Melifonwu?
I think, I actually think you hit it. Good job.
They get the last spot because of the high chance that Jalen Ramsey will be traded.
Sorry. I really like him.
I hope we get him for a 6th round draft pick.
Some people are saying he could go to Dallas.
Are you some people?
Someone who might be in the green room right now will be interested to know that the Vegas Raiders are the number 30th best triplets using Max Crosby, Landon Robertson, and Jacorian Bennett. But looking at the more positive side, by the way, come on. Rams, number 23. Give me a break. I know our secondary is not great, but come on.
What positions are these again?
This is a pass rusher, a linebacker, and a secondary player.
Okay.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Parsons, Overshown, and Bland, 21st.
Wow, honestly, that's lower than I would have expected. But, I mean, Bland is coming back from an injury, and Overshown is coming back from an injury, so
That's
it makes
true.
sense.
The Eagles are number 1.
Oh, God, I hate them.
Jalen Carter, Zach Bond, and
Easy.
Quinion Mitchell.
Triggered.
You just sounded like John just blasted you in the face.
Now, the
With a
good
fart.
the good news is the Eagles, because they traded so many people, that's the only people they have left on defense.
I wish, John. I wish.
The Ravens are number 2.
Yeah, they're good.
Metabike, Smith, and Hamilton.
They good.
The Houston Texans.
Wow.
Anderson, Harris, and Stingley.
Houston Texans. 49ers number 4. Are we sure on this? Nick Bosa's hurt all the time. Fred Warner is hurt sometimes.
Yeah.
Diamador Lenore is good. Interesting.
The Steelers are number 5. Chiefs were number 6. Chris Jones, Nick Bolton,
I feel like
Trent
I'd have the
McDuffie.
Chiefs a little higher.
Yeah. On the offensive side,
Yeah.
last on the list, no surprise, the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, they stink.
Though, Alvin Kamara is still,
He's 100, John.
but he is 100.
He's so old.
The problem is they don't have a whole lot else around it.
No.
The Browns, and they're identifying Joe Flacco as the quarterback, number 31.
Good luck.
The Titans, number 30.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh,
My Cowboys are going to be high on this
the
one.
Steelers are number 28.
With the addition of Aaron Rodgers?
No, but this was done before the Aaron Rodgers
So
signing.
maybe they're 27 now.
He says Pittsburgh will shoot up the rankings if Aaron Rodgers joins the black and gold. Yeah, shoot up maybe, 2 spots?
Yeah, congrats. You're now 26.
Let's see. I'm scrolling.
Cowboys 13.
While I'm scrolling here. I just wanted to the Vegas Raiders.
Because Kent's in the green room, number 20.
Geno Smith, Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers.
I forgot that's where Genty.
Yeah.
That's a bummer for us as football fans, but I'm happy for Kent.
Wow.
I'm happy for. I won't ever get to see him. They'll be on, and I won't watch.
The Dolphins, number 17. Tua, A-Chain, Tyreek Hill. You just said the Cowboys.
Yeah, because
13.
they don't have a running back, but they got Dak and they got CD, baby.
But of course, near the top,
Oh, probably the Eagles again.
Still 2 spots too low. The LA Rams,
Where are
Stafford,
they?
Williams, and
three?
Puka,
They're
number three.
Ravens number 1. Stupid Eagles number 2.
Eagles
This is
number 2.
so upsetting, John.
Someone might say, "Well, where are the Chiefs?" Mahomes, Pacheco, and Rice, number 8.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it is pretty fair.
Yeah.
I mean, Mahomes.
Lions number 5. Yeah. Football.
Now remember,
football.
You have to play with 8 other players on the field at the same time. So.
Yeah, but the Eagles also have a good offensive line, John.
That's true.
And I can't even say anything bad about Nick Sirianni anymore.
Well, you could.
Yeah, but I look like a pinhead.
It didn't stop you before.
Yeah, but he hadn't won a Super Bowl.
But he came close.
God, so annoying. God, they are so annoying. They're going to beat Dallas in week 1. This is the worst timeline. Is this what it was like to be you in the 90s? No hope for any team.
Okay,
well, you had Nebraska.
First of all, you got a lot more to go to experience what I had to go through in the 90s when every freaking year it was the Cowboys or the 49ers. So you still got a few more years to suffer.
No,
and it was 2 teams. You only have to deal with 1.
Wrong. The Giants won Super Bowls in my life. And the Steelers.
Yeah, but that's going back. That's further back. I'm talking. I thought you were just talking about like this decade.
Everything, John. My last 30 years have been bad.
Wow, I'm glad your wife.
In sports terms, John. In sports, I did have those Lakers
really
years.
good
When
for
I
your
was a
wife.
diehard Lakers fan, those were a few years.
It's been really good for your wife.
Yes, I know, and I'm happy for her.
I'm totally happy for her.
Dear, congrats. I'm gonna go watch Andor again.
Well, coming up next, we'll movie club it.
Yeah.
The Bob Dylan biopic, A Complete Unknown, will be our movie this week. Yes, it had to be changed because
of Nick.
Once again, one of Nick's movies left streaming.
Do the voice, John.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Awesome.
I hope Kent punches you in the face.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications. Boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
With Kent Wolgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star, who is dressed in his Bob Dylan t-shirt.
Nice.
Where'd you get that, Kent?
I got that at the Bob Dylan Center in lovely Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Why is the Bob Dylan Center in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Because Tulsa purchased his archives. It's associated with the University of Tulsa. It's fabulous. They're in downtown Tulsa. There's the Bob Dylan Center, which is we just watched the movie. The actual jacket that he wore when they played Newport and went electric is in a vitrine there. You can see that. The tambourine from Mr. Tambourine Man. And then there's lyrics and blah, blah. Next door to it in the same building is the Woody Guthrie Center, which has a bunch of Woody's artifacts and songs and they have big archives and stuff. And then down the street is Kane's Ballroom, the old classic. Bob Wills founded it, Honky Tonk. And across the street from that's Oklahoma Music Museum. And it's in the area where the Tulsa Race Massacre took place when the Wall Street. And so you can see that. And there's a museum about that. And it's right next to their minor league ballpark is right there, and restaurants and stuff. It's highly recommend a trip to Tulsa.
I would never have guessed that the Bob Dylan collection would be housed in Tulsa.
Figured to be in Minnesota somewhere.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, the film, of course, is a complete unknown. Nick had to change because his original pick, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, got pulled off of streaming.
Probably last Saturday was the last day that it was
available. Yeah, is it like a uniform day with all this? I think
it usually is the first of every month.
Oh, the first of the month, of course.
Yeah. That'd be my guess.
Well, I hate this world of streaming that we live in. It's hell.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Wow, Nick here for going back to VHS tape.
Nick, you monster.
We can all rent our movies from Blockbuster.
I just want streaming to be what it was when it first came out. You know, when like Netflix first came out and everything was there, it's like, oh, this is awesome. This is great. And then everything started to fracture, and then people started fighting for rights, and it's gotten worse. It was better like 10 years ago.
Which would be because the people that owned all those movies are also associated with television and et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, why should we let Netflix have all of this?
That's a good point.
Against them.
That's a good point.
So tell us about it, Nick.
So, a complete unknown.
But do it in Bob Dylan voice.
No. A complete. Ken, I need you to punch John in the face next time.
First of all, this was something that you accused me of doing before I'd ever done it.
Because you've done it before. That's why I accused you.
The last time I did Bob Dylan voice was like 30 years ago.
No, you've done it since I've been a producer on your show. You and my dad both have the same joke. Yes, you have.
I have not.
Anyway,
what's up with this movie? Yeah.
It is a biopic of the early days of Bob Dylan that also follows the early days of folk becoming more mainstream and other folk artists at the time. It follows Bob Dylan, but it also kind of follows all of them because they were all kind of in the same scene in the same area. Also Johnny Cash, which
Johnny Cash shows up.
I didn't know how close him and Johnny Cash were.
They were pen pals.
I didn't realize that, so that was cool. But yeah, it just kind of follows Bob Dylan's early days from him first arriving in New York to meeting people like Woody Guthrie and Seeger, not Bob, and
Peter
Pete
Seeger.
just kind of growing up in that space during a very tumultuous, that's the word, right? Time in U.S. history, civil rights movement, and the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Cold War, all of that. So I liked it.
And then he plugs his guitar in.
And some people get really pissed, and some people are like, "Hell yeah!"
Oh, you go.
So I went through a brief Bob Dylan phase when I was in middle school. So I knew a lot of the songs, but I didn't really get all of the songs because I was
12,
a 13-year-old boy in Iowa.
You couldn't understand it.
It wasn't because I couldn't understand it. It was just because I thought it was deep. I liked Bob Dylan for the wrong reasons. Like, it's so deep, but it was one of those, I'm better than you because I listen to deep music, even though I don't understand how deep the music is.
So that's where it came from.
I knew that.
Probably. I still like Bob Dylan, though, and now I have a respect for him and
I respect
who he is and what he did for culture and society. But I'm going to acquiesce to Kent because Kent seems to really like Bob Dylan, at least a little.
Just a little.
A little?
How closely do you think this movie followed kind of the early stages of Bob Dylan and when folk kind of became more mainstream?
Well, here, the short answer to a long question, or a long answer to a short question, or something. Okay, this would be the book on which the movie is based.
And it was Dylan Goes Electric.
The name of the book is Dylan Goes Electric by Elijah Wald. And it does indeed do almost exactly what Nick described. The book is Dylan comes to New York and what he goes through, but also the relationship with Pete Seeger, the folk people, Alan Lomax, who was, the folk, all of that. The movie biographically doesn't get everything exactly as how it happened, okay? But it's close enough. The real Dylan nitpickers were like, well, they presented these songs out of order. This one was recorded before that one. Who cares, right? And in real life, he didn't go to see Woody Guthrie like the day he got in from Minnesota. Stuff like that. But generally speaking, it's pretty accurate. There are some things in there that you wouldn't know if you don't know a little bit about Dylan. Everybody's name is the real person, with the exception of the girlfriend, the first,
Sylvie.
Yes, that woman's real name is Susie Rotolo, and my suspicion is, and this is just my suspicion, Dylan actually met with the director who wrote most of it, James Mangold, and gave him stuff which is for Dylan unheard of, but part of it has to do with this happened during the pandemic. So Dylan didn't have anything else to do.
Right.
And my something about it says, I think he wanted that name changed so it didn't make her try to show her real, as reflect her reality, and also not to like hurt her by name, right? So that's one thing that I think happened. The other inaccuracies, the only one that actually pulled me out of the movie, let's put it that way,
okay,
is in the scene at Newport when they've started to, when they're playing the electric, and the woman stands up and says, "You're a Judas," right? And he said, "Play loud." Well, that didn't happen at Newport. That happened in Manchester, England, a year later. I can produce the box set and play the exact side song for you, So when that happened, that pulled me out of the movie. It wouldn't get anybody else, but when you know this,
right.
It did.
Was it distracting, Kent? Because I believe one of the other inaccuracies was he and Joan Baez hadn't become a thing during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
That's correct, but that didn't bother me so much because they were a thing by the March on Washington and
next year,
Lincoln Memorial, which was what, 6 months
63. Yeah.
And a year later, no, that didn't bother me as much. because the idea there was just to show the impact of the Cuban Missile Crisis on the, the folk scene, so to speak.
Sure.
But other than that, I thought it was very good. And the other thing that I thought was excellent, actually, is Timothy Chalamet's performance got as close to Dylan as you're ever going to get. Dylan has, and I think part of the reason that he is remains fascinating in a way, 60 some years after his introduction, is that Dylan has always been enigmatic. He's never really given everything away. I mean, you read like his chronicles, his memoir type thing, or anything like that, or interviews, and some of it may be true, some of it may not. He's kind of a trickster, right?
He's kind of a complete unknown.
Nice. That's the name of the movie, and Chalamet caught enough of that, but they don't try to explain everything about Dylan. I think that's beautiful, right? Because I don't think you could without putting your view into it, right? Because he hasn't told you.
Apparently, he learned to play the guitar for this
and sing.
And yes, everything that is sung is him. It's not like an overtrack of the real Dylan.
Most of the actors actually sang.
And you mentioned, Kent, that this movie, the development is during COVID, and you have to imagine that probably helped Chalamet because it gave him extra time to practice and learn.
Absolutely, it did. He said it did.
Yeah,
he learned all that, and he was like, "I'm going to do this." Right? I mean, they could have used. There's all kinds of fakery they can do.
Oh, sure. But they had that wide shot early on when he is at the hospital, and you're like, oh, okay, this is him. Because normally in biopics, they'll have a lot of zoom ins and cuts to fingers, and it's like, okay, so that's a little trickery, but it was a lot of wide shots the entire movie.
And it's him.
My guess is they wanted to do that just to show, hey, by the way,
he's doing it. Yeah.
For real.
When the movie came out, he was the musical guest on Saturday Night Live.
That's right.
That's wild. Kent, what did you think of that? Given that you are a Bob Dylan head, of the time period that they chose to focus on. So I've made reference to this podcast before in this very segment, but my favorite movie podcast is called The Big Picture. And so this morning I went back and I listened to their episode from December about this, and the three hosts were all huge Bob Dylan fans. And they were like, I would have actually rather heard like 70s stuff because they thought that this time period is so well known and well-treaded territory because it's the origin story, whereas they thought the 70s would be a more interesting time period because we know less maybe about what makes him tick. I wonder what you think of that.
I'm on the opposite side of the fence here. Yeah, the 70s might have been more interesting for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for the point of the movie is to show is the origin story, so to speak, because most people really don't know that.
Yeah.
They might know that he started out as a folkie and went, quote, electric.
That's
right?
all I knew about him going into the movie.
And as you watch the movie, you learned a whole lot more.
Mm-hmm.
And it also is a great story, right? It's a better, there's not going to be that kind of a story from the 70s, right? And I mean, and the movie adds these little details or kind of alters them, but still adds them, like the chords on Like a Rolling Stone, do, 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 when Al Cooper played them on and did that's in there, and it kind of gets to what really happened. But if you remember the scene, he went in to play it, and the bass player had to turn the organ on for him to play it. The reality is even funnier. Okay?
What happened?
He shows up thinking he knew the producer, who was Tom Wilson, the African-American gentleman in the control room. Tom Wilson was a really great producer, produced like Velvet Underground and Dylan, blah, blah, blah. So he knew Al Wilson.
Okay.
He brings his guitar uninvited, thinking he's going to sneak onto this session for Dylan. And Cooper's told me this story. He tells it all the time, but he told it to me once. He goes in and plugs in his guitar and starts playing. In walks Mike Bloomfield, who Dylan introduced there. Reality, Bloomfield walks in with his guitar out of a rainstorm, water running off the guitar. And Cooper's like, who is this guy? He wipes the guitar off with a towel, plugs it in. And Cooper was like, picked up his guitar and walked back in the control room because he knew he was. And so what happened was Dylan moved the organ player to piano. And then Cooper figured out, hey, I could go out there and play the organ. I know enough chords, I can play the organ. But he got out there, and fortunately, it was left on because he said he had no clue how to turn on an organ in order to play it. They left it on. He plays it, and in the movie, you see Chalamet kind of like made a face like,
yeah, he gave him a look.
What's he doing? In real life, they let it go to the playback, and Wilson just pulls it clear out of the mix, right? He wasn't supposed to be playing on there. Get it out of there. Dylan said, put that organ back in.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And that's how he ended up on the record and in the band for the Newport thing. And Dylan wanted him to keep playing with him as they toured. Freaked him out, freaked Cooper out. And he's like, nope, not doing that. And that's
wow.
Dylan ended up with the band as his backing band.
It's incredible.
Have you ever had a chance to talk to Bob?
I have met him on 3.5 occasions. Okay. All of them have been before shows except one. You don't really, I have never interviewed him. I have some friends who have, and when one of the, well, actually not the first time, but one of the times, it was, I was at the Lead Center in Kansas. He was playing a Lead Center in Kansas and then coming and playing a Lead Center here. And friend of mine, who the late great Bucky Baxter, was playing guitar with Bob then and pedal lap steel. And so he invited me to come down, go to catering, eat beforehand, whatever. And so we're sitting in there eating. And he said, if Dylan comes in, say nothing to him. Don't bother him. Don't do anything unless he comes over and talks to you. And he said, but he won't come in. So 10 minutes later, Dylan comes walking in, comes over and sits down next to us. And, who are you?
That's awesome.
And that, a 3-minute conversation or whatever, he got up and left, and Bucky went, that never happens.
That's awesome.
Kent, I'm curious because you grew up in Western Nebraska, flyover country as we call it. I'm curious, how did you learn of Dylan the first time?
Whoa, Blowing in the Wind when I was a little kid.
Okay.
Peter, Paul, and Mary, Blowing in the Wind would have been how I learned of Dylan, how I learned of Dylan as a first time I saw him, or first time of course you knew about him, but then, he had the motorcycle accident in 66, and really didn't tour or much for several years. And so the first time I saw him was in Fort Collins, Colorado on the Rolling Thunder tour, which was in 1975, I think.
Okay. Because I was curious, it didn't cross over into the time he had already been electric by the time you found him or discovered him. Or
well, I mean, I'd heard Blowing in the Wind. I'd heard before he went electric, but when you're 6 years old,
yeah, it doesn't have the same.
It doesn't have that impact on you. Yeah, I was older than 6 when 10, 9 when it happened.
Yeah. Why do you think he connected with you?
That's a really good question. I've never really thought that much about it. I think two things. Early on, it was just the songs that, I remember learning how to play Blowing in the Wind when I was one of the first songs I learned to play on a guitar when I was like 10, right?
Okay.
It's that kind of stuff. But it was then at the time, once you started listening in the late 60s, early 70s, which was when it would have been more serious for me, more early 70s. And that's exactly what Josh brought up. That 70s Dylan was really interesting. And he made some great records in the early 70s. And that's what did it. And then, some of us, once you get hooked, you get hooked. The reason I was in Tulsa that would have been 2023. They have a Bob Dylan conference down there every 2 years. And so I was down there, and some people that used to play with him talk, musicians, but it's panels about Bob Dylan and all this, and either you're on the bus or off, but boy, once you get off on the bus, it's hard to get off. Yeah, I counted before we went on. I got 12 box sets over there.
Wow.
Including, this is the most recent. This is 20 discs of all the shows that he did or that they managed to record on the 1974 tour with the band.
Wow.
Whoa.
I thought Kent, and we mentioned it a little bit. I mean, Chalamet was great. I thought that Ed Norton was really, really good. And I mentioned that pod that I listened to earlier. Apparently he's a big Bob Dylan fan. And so they mentioned that like in there's an alternate universe where Edward Norton gets to play Bob Dylan at a younger point in his life, but obviously given the time that they focused on, he couldn't do that.
Right, too old.
I thought that both of the women in his life, if you will, I thought that both of those performances were excellent as well. And I even thought the Johnny Cash guy was good in the limited scenes that he had. I thought that he did a good job of kind of having that aura that Johnny Cash, had back then.
And remember Chalamet, Norton, and what's her name? Barbaro, that played Joan Baez, got Oscar nominated. None of them won, but they all got nominations. That ought to tell you something.
Yeah. And I thought Edward Norton was awesome. This was a very mature role for him, and I thought he nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
Nailed it, and he was very much like Pete Seeger. What he was like in real life. Oh, by the way, if you want to watch the real Newport Film Festival, also the real when he did the TV show with Seeger, all that's out there on the World Wide Web to find.
Really
for
cool.
sure, you can find Newport on YouTube. The other one, I can't remember for sure where I've seen it, but and they're accurate. It shows it's really well done.
I read on IMDb, so I hope this is true, that Ed Norton was one of the first cast members to reach out to Joan Baez just to try to get a read of what Pete Seeger was actually like, just with all the time they spent together.
Mm-hmm.
And then Edward Norton is like, oh, she's actually super open to talking about this. So then he told the other cast members, and I think a bunch of people just reached out to Joan Baez.
Really? Interesting. Yeah. That's cool.
Oh, yeah, I've talked to her about it.
Yeah.
Not at length, because when you're doing an interview with somebody about a show, like their show coming up, so what was Bob really like?
Tell me about the 60s.
Yeah. So it's interesting, as a fan as you are, even though obviously there's some of the liberties that they take, and every movie does this, but the choice of this period, how it was done, this connected with you in a big way.
Absolutely. I saw it was, I think I had it number 3 on my best of the year list, 3 or 4, but I saw it twice in the theater when it was on its, when I reviewed it, then one other time, then when it came back for the Academy Awards, right? They always bring them back. I saw it then, and I've now watched it 3 times on streaming. So I guess
I guess you like it.
Ken, this is more of a Bob Dylan question more than the question about the movie. But when he started to go more electric, do you think he did that purely because he just kind of wanted to try it, or do you think he felt pressured from like the Beatles and kind of saw the direction that music was going?
The answer to your question is
blowing in the wind.
No, the answer is he has said, I wanted to play with a band.
Okay.
Which makes more sense than, trying to read some great, I'm rebelling against the folk scene, or I'm, trying to match the Beatles. Remember, the Beatles were acolytes of him, not the other way around, right? I mean, the Beatles came to him. He is responsible for introducing, by legend anyway, the Beatles to the heathen devil weed marijuana.
Yeah, I was going to say Laszlo had that comment earlier. He gave the Beatles weed. Thank you, Bob.
I thought for a second you were going to say he gave the Beatles Yoko. And I was like, okay, well, maybe this is a great guy after all.
I enjoyed it. As someone who I think Like a Rolling Stone is a great song, and I've listened to it, many, many times. I've never engaged with anything else from him. Watching the movie last night made me want to engage with more Bob Dylan stuff. Mm-hmm. I really enjoyed it. I thought that it was fun, and I thought it looked good too. It looked like it was shot on film, not digital, or did they just add a little kind of grain to it?
I don't know. I
thought it looked really good. It made me wish I would have seen it in theaters.
And boy, did it look period. It
really did. I thought they did an awesome job.
Well, they apparently recorded the music on period correct
equipment. Yep.
By the way, that microphone at the festival, I've never seen one like that before. I thought with a tight cloth that was around it, I thought that was a cool looking mic that they were singing into. Yeah, I love those old microphones.
Yeah, there's nothing here, at least on the wiki page.
I couldn't find anything either. Yeah,
what it was shot on.
It looked like it was film, but you could just add the grain in and post. Yeah.
Well, that is a complete unknown on Hulu, Disney Plus. And it was good. It wasn't. I mean, yeah, sure, it had some elements of the typical biopic, but it was still very well done.
Yeah,
very well done.
And what it does that your typical biopic doesn't do is it doesn't really try to make this some kind of story of triumph or whatever. It's just like, here's what he did. He's kind of a jerk. I mean, Dylan comes off as kind of a jerk because he is.
Yeah, that scene where him and Joan are hanging out and he had just played, and what does he say about her music? That it's like oil drippings off of a painting at a dentist office or something like
you're
that.
kind of an a-hole.
Yeah.
She's like, I guess.
Well, he is. Yeah. And that comes across in the movie, which most biopics tend to pretty burnish
it up.
Subject.
Definitely.
Well.
Definitely.
Well, we will be off next week
for the College World Series.
Back in 2 weeks. We're going to go to Netflix, and this is a Netflix release. But as I said earlier on the crossover, after watching Mobland, I've gotten into a Tom Hardy kick. Tom Hardy is in a movie called Havoc.
Huh? Okay.
It's on Netflix. It's an action thriller. Havoc.
I guessed with the title Havoc, it was probably an action movie.
What if it was like
it's actually a rom-com?
So what if it was a movie about like a concert pianist?
That'd be fun.
That would be
called
fun.
Havoc.
That would be fun.
So we'll do that for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yes, 2 weeks from today.
Okay.
Havoc on Netflix. Did you enjoy the game last night? I saw your tweet. Yeah, Oklahoma City's got. I think they'll be fine. I think Oklahoma City will be fine. When you play good defense, you usually are. But games like that can one loss can be two.
They turned them over 20 times in the first half and only led by 13 at halftime.
So wild.
They should have been up by 30 at halftime. That's where they lost the game, and then you get down to the end of the game and you can't. I mean, live by the 3, die by the 3, and they died by it.
Kent, what do you think of this comparison as a Lakers guy? So in 2001, Lakers huge favorites against the Sixers. Iverson has the memorable game, 50-something points. They win in overtime. He steps over Tyronn Lue. And in that moment, people are like, oh my gosh, are the Lakers going to go down? And then they rip through them for the next 4 games. Like, do you still think we could be looking at a gentleman's sweep in this series?
Yes. I think Oklahoma City will play much better. If it isn't, it's 6. If Indiana wins one. But give Indiana credit. And Tyrese Halliburton he's cold.
He is so good.
He loves the big moment.
He does love the big moment. You do wonder if it's gonna, based on this run, which has been so historic. I mean, I saw a tweet, when you combine all of their win percentages in these 4 big comebacks,
it's nuts.
It's like 75 million to 1. What they've been able to do. You wonder if there's a possibility that they could have some residual effects for this down the road, where people become, Pacers fans because of how exciting, this. I mean, I still think, Kent, granted they won a lot after it, but I still think the Immaculate Reception turned a lot of people back then into Steelers fans.
Absolutely it did. No question. And I think what people, because of that, I think people are getting to see some pretty good basketball, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think you got 2 really entertaining, different teams, right? Different philosophical teams, but probably, and young, and, SGA is a superstar, and Halliburton turning into one. And, you got one team that's complete defensive, and then you've got Indiana that wants to really push it and up tempo everything, and you got a point guard that can do that. That's good basketball.
Yeah.
It was a fun end.
It was a very fun end indeed. All right, Kent, we'll have a great week off. We'll talk to you in 2.
Sounds good.
Bye, Kent.
Kent Welgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star. It's always good when we can really, I mean, with Kent, you can talk about just about anything.
Yeah, that was awesome.
But when you can tap in to something that he is intimately knowledgeable about.
Yeah, we ended up talking more about Bob than the movie in a way.
And deeply passionate about, too.
Yes.
Yeah, that was fun.
The best.
Yeah, it's always fun when we can do stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, we're closing in on One Beer Friday. Louisville is still spanking the crud out of Miami right now, 8-1.
Ooh.
And we've got more to come, including, is Nebraska
bad?
No.
Gee, many Christmas, Nick.
Garbage.
Is Nebraska a shaker-upper? We'll get to all that and more next on 1620 The Zone. Well, so far the super regionals have been pooper regionals, more like.
Got him. Jinx.
It was what?
Getting blasted in the pants.
19 or 17-2 North Carolina over
There's
Arizona.
a lot to a little.
It's a 8-1 Louisville in the top of the sixth. Later tonight, 5:00 from Corvallis, the Beavs, Oregon State and Florida State. And later tonight, because Auburn is on the West Coast, 8:00, Auburn hosting Coastal Carolina.
Just getting those Auburn fans used to watching sports late into the night in preparation for the week 1 Thursday night game.
Why are they making both of these teams wait until 9:00 their time for this?
It's pretty silly, Nick. It's pretty silly.
Well, Auburn, it's Central Time. So it's 8:00.
Yeah, Nick. Come on, Nick.
I always get confused about where
Which is
Auburn
odd because you literally have
because,
have a West Coast team. You have Oregon State.
Yeah.
That they could have put in the 9:00 time slot.
Sad. Very strange.
But my guess is the Florida State-Oregon State matchup's more attractive for television.
TV.
Those dang TV people.
I like radio, John.
The superior.
And it's not because I'm
medium.
ugly.
Before we bring on Joe Rexroad of The Athletic.
Nice. Get Nick.
Corbin Burns out for the season. Tommy John surgery.
Ouch.
Tough blow for the ace of the Diamondbacks rotation.
Have they been any good this year?
Well, I mean, they're in the National League West, so good luck.
It's tough.
I mean,
it's like playing in the NFC East.
Outside of the automatic wins against the Rockies, you have to deal with the
Dodgers,
Giants, and the Dodgers and the
Padres. It's a lot of teams.
Yeah, so
a lot of teams.
Tough blow for the Arizona Diamondbacks. We're going to talk a little Huskers coming up in the happy hour.
Yeah.
Talk about them being a shaker-upper. What's a shaker-upper?
I am curious. You've been teasing this all day long.
I will.
Yeah.
And as we bring Joe on, congratulations to Nick and Alan. They are this week's online winners for the $100 gift card to Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino.
Oh, awesome. Good for them.
And you can enter to win right now. Just go to 1620thezone.com. I was told we were only giving away one of these a week, but apparently it's been two.
That's sweet. Shout out to our listeners.
So register today, 1620thezone.com. You can win from Prairie Flower Casino. Joe Rexroad writes for both The Athletic and is co-host of ESPN 102.5 The Game's Robbie and Rexroad show. It's appropriate. The show's called Robbie and Rexroad. His name is Joe Rexroad. It's an amazing coincidence, Joe. Congratulations on landing that gig.
We are creative like that in Nashville, you know.
We do the same thing here.
Yes.
For nothing.
Exactly. Joe, of course, you're right there in the heart of SEC country.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this college football playoff thing for quite a while now. Of course, we're
too long.
We're in the Big Ten area, so we hear a lot about what's happened in the Big Ten. I'm curious, how much do you think is the SEC's recent opposition to this plan? Does it have anything to do with the fact that it is the Big Ten's plan?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I really think, and I was in Destin last week, I really think that there was even some surprise within other factions of the league in terms of how strongly the coaches were opposed to it. I think it's more than it's the Big Ten's plan. I really think, and I think they're right. I think the SEC looks at the 4-4-2-2-1 plan and thinks over time, like, I think we're going to lose bids because of this. You know, like, again, you go to last year, the SEC is all mad about the selection process and all this. You know, they got the three teams that, you know, barely missed out. So to me, they're like overly. I think that's part of why they thought this plan might make sense, because it's like, you know what, screw the committee.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's 16 last year, they get 6. You know, so if you go to the 4-2-2-1 and Notre Dame, you know, has a good year and gets in, you know, I mean, there's years where you could. And look, I do think that, like, I think both of these leagues, the SEC and Big Ten, most years, you know, they're going to be fun. They're both going to get 4 under the 5-11 anyway. But I think there's some years where it's possible the Big Ten doesn't. You know, right now USC's down. I don't know that Michigan is going to stay where they've been here in this sort of, you know, brief but, you know, dramatic, you know, rise. Of course, last year they started to fall off. I mean, like, it's possible the Big Ten could be propped up in some years. Most years not, but in some years by getting that fourth automatic bid. And I just think the SEC they just have more programs that are likely to be in a good position. So I really think it is more just the coaches looking at it and saying, this doesn't really benefit us. I mean, I could make the case that the Big 12 and ACC, like, I get why they're against it, because it's just such an insult, right?
Yeah.
But also, at the same time, you could make the case that maybe they should look at it a little bit, because there's years where they might get one.
Joe, you mentioned a moment ago the committee, and that was something that you wrote about in your column. You said, I know some of you, talking about your readers, I know some of you recoiled at first mention of the selection committee, and I realize framing a CFP format made up mostly of at-large selections as a way to maintain the power of that committee is a good way to get people to dislike that format. I'm curious, like, the distrust that there seems to be from the SEC with the committee, is that wholly based off of the 2024 season? Because, like, I know up here a lot of people were like, I hate the committee. It seems like they're always in favor of the SEC. So where did some of that distrust come from in your eyes?
Well, everybody wants to complain.
That's true.
That's what it is. First of all, I mean, everybody has grievances, right? Like, and so the SEC has some years where there was like a year Alabama thought they should have been in. But again, we also just have to go back 2 years to Alabama getting in over Florida State, right?
Bingo.
So,
yeah,
every conference has complaints. But yeah, I really think that it's like, it's the first year of the 12, and they were just so offended that 11-1 Indiana got in. I think Indiana should have gotten in. I get the complaints. They played nobody in the non-league. They got lucky with their Big Ten schedule, but like, they still dominated everybody they played, and they should have been in. But the SEC is like, well, our 9-3 is better than your 11-1. Blah blah blah. I really think it's so much about last year, and again, I just think it's an overreaction. So. And look, I understand people saying, oh my God, get the committee out of here. I just feel like this sport has always been about arguing, because it's just too big to ever really get resolution. I mean, as you guys know, the 97 Michigan-Nebraska argument, it's a great one,
Oh, yeah.
It'll always be there. And so I've always loved, I love the whole thing about March Madness, including, I think Selection Sunday is one of the best days of the year, and it's built around a bunch of goofballs in suits giving us a bracket. And I do agree that they should make sure that, I think the metrics need to be more transparent, and maybe they need to have different metrics or whatever. But I would rather have human beings do this. So, for example, look, I think the Florida State thing was the right decision. I do. Because I just think Florida State was a fundamentally different team without their best player, their quarterback. Other people disagree. That's fine. I'm glad the humans on the committee did what they did as opposed to relying on a computer, And again, you can agree or disagree with that particular section or any of them, but I think we have a better chance of getting it right with people discussing it. And I do think they work hard. Sure, there's always people on there that's like, that person never played a down of football in their life and all this stuff. But I believe that they are watching these games. I know that they sit there and go through all kinds of numbers and things, and it's easy to rip them. I mean, I think last year I wrote a column every week for the Athletic off the selection show, and most weeks I ripped them.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, it's fun, but I still think they should exist and matter for more than just seeding the field.
Joe Rexroad of the Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. It seems like right now the biggest hang-up isn't the format. The hang-up is over how many conference games the SEC is playing, because the Big Ten is saying, well, we won't come over to your side unless you play at 9. And the SEC is like, I'm not quite sure. It seemed to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, it felt like after we got the reports that ESPN was going to pony up for the extra games, that we were trending in the direction of we're going to get that 9th SEC game. But now this argument has refired up, and now all of a sudden SEC is kind of using that as a bargaining chip, saying, I don't know if we need to play 9 games or not. What's your read on that?
Yeah, and it's too bad. And they should have gone to 9 years ago. And look, I will give Greg Sankey credit. Like, Greg Sankey has been pushing him to go to 9. Like, there's no question. And so, yes, you're right. It's like, it's now, it's like, okay, well, I think I think if the SEC went to 9, I think that the Big Ten would probably say, okay, fine, then the 5-11's good. And I really don't know where that's that's going. I hope they go to 9. You know, I mean, I wrote my column, like, I mean, if we can not avoid the auto bids thing, go to 7. But I get it. I mean, and it's fair for the, you know, it's not apples to apples, but it's fair for the Big Ten coaches to have a problem with that because, again, you're still like you're giving your league 9 more losses, you know, and so that alone makes it unfair. Even if in a given year, you know, like the SEC may be stronger top to bottom, it should be as apples to apples as possible. Now, another thing, of course, is just, okay, so go to 9. Well, then what's going to happen with non-league scheduling, you know? And this is where we get into, like, you know, into hypotheticals, which, of course, we also love in college. Well, the SEC last year, hypothetically, we would have destroyed Indiana, you know, all that stuff, all these hypothetical wins they had. You know, it gets into, okay, so if you have the auto bids and it's all about conference standings, you would think that could lead to better non-conference scheduling, which we all like. We all want good games. I get that. I also would say, and this is where I don't know how it would play out. I think it's hard for me to believe a coach is going to straight up go preseason NFL game on like a big game. But like if the standings are all that matter, then like what's the benefit of that game, and do you approach it differently? I don't know. I don't know the answer. This is where the committee really does need to be, and we've been saying this since the beginning of the 4 team. Like if teams go out of the way to schedule good teams, that needs to be rewarded because we want those games. And so I hope we have 9 games for everybody. I hope everybody plays on top of that one really good game. How else are we going to compare conferences if we don't have some of the best teams playing each other? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, they already talk about, you know, lack of data points for the committee. Well, if everybody's going to play Indiana's non-league schedule last year, we're really going to have a struggle to get enough data points, right?
We're all going to be comparing blowouts.
Exactly. Oh, you beat Kentucky Wesleyan by 10 more than they did. Yeah, I mean, it's so. To me, this is where like there's no reason that this can't be discussed, implemented, made clear that these things should matter. These things should be rewarded. And yes, absolutely, a 10-2 team, or, you know, a 9-3 team can absolutely be better than an 11-1 team. The SEC is like, well, they just look at the loss count, but that's not true. Indiana did destroy just about everybody they played. They played some solid teams last year, and they crushed them. And if you watch the Ohio State game, I mean, it was a half of football that they were right there, and then their punter goes haywire. Like, if you really look deep into Indiana, I believe they deserved it. But the SEC now is just going to, you know, gloss over that and say, yeah, they just care about the loss count. Well, we just need to get to the point where it's very clear that it is more than just that record. It's a very deep dive into what you did week after week.
Joe, what is your best guess now on what happens with the format? Because for months, it did seem like the Big Ten model was going to be the one that won the day. Now I'm not so sure. What is your best guess on what's going to happen?
I think it's going to be 5-11, and again, this is where I have to divorce myself from. I'm just continuing to be. And maybe I got too many hangups with this thing, but I'm just deeply offended by the 4-2-2-1. I just hate it. 4-4-2-2-1.
I agree.
Same. I really do. It just bothers me. It's like, again, like I made this comparison, like on our show. It's like, I mean, Jerry Jones can sit there and say, yeah, you know, it's great in the NFL. We all share this money. The Jags get the same money. Well, guess what? We, the Dallas Cowboys, bring in more money. So you know what? We get a playoff spot every year. How about that? You know, like, of course you would never say that. He'd be laughed out of the room. But that's what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
Like you are awarding yourself more access because of your financial situation and your status. I hate that. So, I think that it's going to be 5-11. My question is the SEC going to, you know, is the SEC going to come to 9 and sort of make it like it's because look, there is some saving face here, and I think for Tony Petitti's sake, it would help him if that happened. If it's like, okay, but they go to 9, so we can live with this. I hope that's what happens. I think that's the best case scenario of what we're looking at for our choices. And then I think both sides can kind of, the SEC can kind of be like, hey, see, we did something good for everybody else. And then the Big Ten can say, we got them to 9. And then everybody can, you know, pretend they're friends. So I'm guessing that's what happens, but I also hope that's what happens. So maybe, like, am I guessing with my heart too much now? I don't know.
Joe Rexrode, who also hosts a show on 102.5, the ESPN in Nashville. You covered the Super or the regionals last week. How hard did people in Nashville take Vanderbilt's early exit?
Yeah, that's really tough. And you're talking about the number one seed, which to me was like, that's the number one seed. I mean, in April we were kind of like, gosh, are they going to host? But it's a very good team.
Yeah.
Like they had a late run. It's one of those years we don't have a dominant team, but Tim Corbin, for anybody who's familiar with them, I mean, he's a great coach, 2-time champion. He's one of those, like, he's one of the really good people in college sports, has been for a long time. And so there's a real love affair in this city with that program. And it looked like this was finally the year that they were going to, get off the schneid, get back to Omaha. And this is now 4 straight years, not even getting to supers after they, got all the way to the last game in Omaha in 2021. So it was a tough pill to swallow. It's kind of the same story. Not enough offense has kind of been their thing. Tennessee down the road has all these bashers hitting home runs, winning the national title last year. Vanderbilt finally beats them this year, beats them 10-0 in the SEC tournament, finally beats them in a series. And it looks like, okay, now in this rivalry, they're going to get the upper hand. And instead, they got to watch on TV as Tennessee and Arkansas playing a super this weekend.
Well, Joe, I can speak for a lot of people here in Omaha. No one's going to miss the Whistler.
oh man, I know.
He has an infamous reputation here in Omaha.
Oh yeah.
I know. It's funny with him. It's like, so like last weekend, I'm in the press box. We put the windows up. I'm 20 feet from him. And at some point, you get immune to it. You really do.
Like, I actually do. I mean, I call the games every year, and I do get used to it. But a lot of people hate it.
But I get it. Oh, I know. Oh, man, it's insane. Like, people are so mad about it. So it's like, but I admit, like, at first, I was like, what are you doing, man? This is terribly annoying, Yes. And I even feel like some Vanderbilt fans, like, they clap and they participate. But if you polled them and you gave them a secret poll, I think maybe a majority of them might say, yeah, just go ahead and stop doing that. Mm-hmm. But he's not stopping anytime soon.
Nope, he certainly isn't. Joe Rexrode from The Athletic and ESPN 102.5 The Game in Nashville. Joe, we really appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Okay, thanks for having me, guys.
You bet.
Thank you, Joe.
Joe Rexrode of The Athletic.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Good SEC guest.
I was thinking the same thing. We could have him on in the season.
Yeah.
Preview some big SEC games.
Yeah.
Football.
Yeah.
One Beer Friday is next.
Awesome. Jed is here, apparently.
Yeah.
He told me he has a gift for us.
Well, I invited him. Mara invited the postal people.
No, I know that.
I
know that. Yeah, we're giving him a cookie, but he said he has something for us.
Oh.
We're getting blasted.
Oh, it's
with farts.
With farts, because that's what people say about blasted in the face.
It is when we have the context, but if you say it without the context, then it sounds horrible.
Oh yeah.
Goober.
We'll be back in a minute on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your moms.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beer center. Each week, Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink? Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
It's One Beer Friday. Woo! And today we're kicking it old style, not with old style, but Infusion Brewing Company here in Omaha got the formula for the original Mets beer.
Wow, really,
Which is-
John? Mets beer? The Rockies are playing the Mets tonight? Interesting.
This is METZ.
Oh.
But this is one of the original Omaha brewers.
I've never even heard of this.
I haven't either.
Oh, yeah. This goes back. They started brewing in 1864.
Well, they call it the Jubilee beer, which is an old-timey sounding
Oh,
word.
it very much is.
Does anyone ever say Jubilee anymore?
But the original company survived up to Prohibition. And then after Prohibition,
Are you reading on Untapped? I was just about to start reading this exact same thing.
yeah,
This is awesome.
The Fontenelle Brewing Company took up the brand and started producing it again. Eventually, it became so popular they changed their name changing their name to Mets, and they produced it until 1962.
Wow!
And this is supposedly the original formula: 4 ingredients: water, malted barley, hops, and yeast.
It definitely has a different flavor to it than like a traditional lager.
Yeah, this is a German
Interesting.
recipe.
I think it's pretty solid.
Wait, you said they produced Mets until 1962?
Yes.
And 62 was the bad year of the Mets.
Meet the
baseball,
Mets.
right?
The first year of the Mets.
Interesting. A lot of parallels here.
Well, there might be.
Indeed.
But anyway, it's available.
Where did you find this?
Actually, at the Still in Lincoln as I was driving in.
Awesome.
It's available. I'm sure it's available at most.
Oh, yeah. Because
places around
Infusion
town.
is an Omaha brewery.
Also, dear friend of the Grum and Original 7, Jed showed up for cookies and brought us onion rings.
Yeah. Shout out Jed.
Some of the best onion rings around from Mama's. These are the best. And don't forget, Jed's got his own podcast.
Big Red Junkies. He
no,
tweeted
it's called the Creighton Blue Jay Report.
Jed, you're expanding your empire.
Oh, congrats, Jasker Jed.
Big Red Junkies. When's it? You got a new one coming out soon? You can step up to
Yeah,
the mic.
get up there.
You're a friend of the Grum. You can talk anytime.
Don't swear.
Last time I was on this mic, I was eating cat food tacos.
Oh, bad time.
That's right. Man, you lost
no,
that.
we just had one drop Wednesday. It was about the running back room, which obviously very thin.
Yep. And you
But,
sent us some great stats. We
I did a
appreciate
big
it.
homework on 1,000-yard running backs across the country and all that stuff. And yeah, we just don't do that very often. But then again, not a lot of people across the country do. So
No, not as much as they used to. But it has been a while since Nebraska had someone consistently running for
do you
1,000.
know the 3 since 2016 for Nebraska?
To do what?
To go over 1,000 yards, total yards,
Divine-
rushing and receiving.
Divine Zigbu, as Mike Riley said. Combined rushing and receiving?
Yep, there were 3 of them for Nebraska since 2016.
Well, didn't Wandale?
Nope.
He didn't do it with receiving too?
No.
Did good grief, it's amazing how these names just leave you. The kid who
one
left.
surprised the hell out of me. The one in 2016 surprised the hell out of me.
So 2016, it would have been. See, now I can't. Was it the guy who fumbled against Northwestern at the goal line? He like dove for the end zone and he fumbled it through the end zone.
Farting on who that was.
Yes,
I don't remember any
too.
names. Who was it?
Terrell Newby.
That was who it was. Newby. So that's two of them.
And then in 2022.
2022.
Yeah. Because Zigbo was 18.
Zigbo's 18.
Oh, Anthony Grant. Yeah, because he was close to 1,000 rushing.
Yeah.
Yeah. When's John going to go on the Big Red Junkies pod?
I don't know.
I'm a two-time.
I've never been invited.
There's a lot of curse words on that podcast.
I think most of the time it's because we always record at like 8 or 9 at night.
And in Omaha.
And you'll be sleeping by then. So.
I am not sleeping by then.
John's been asleep for like 2 hours by then.
You want me on to talk about Iowa? Spread the good word?
No, well, we just released an Iowa Sucks show on Saturday, so you should have been on that one.
Remember, this is the podcast that got Jed in trouble with all the Coloradans.
That's true.
Yeah, Jesus.
Remember those people?
You probably shouldn't have brought that up because you said don't cuss. Maybe I.
Jed, didn't they give you
childish little?
They gave you a ton of listeners, did they not? From that episode,
we got a lot of people that started to follow us after that. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Well, but for a lot of those Colorado people, it's the first time they've been exposed to football.
Yeah,
they don't.
That's
pay
true.
attention.
Close to 2,000 subscribers on the YouTube page.
We've actually
ad revenue, baby.
We had a show a couple weeks ago, the offensive line show that is up over 3,000 right now, and that really bumped us up pretty good. We've gotten over like 100 subscribers just in the last like 3 weeks.
Good.
Big Red Junkies.
Yeah, it's going really well.
You guys are fun, man. You guys are a fun crew. Plus, whenever I go there, Maction is on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's from like 2011 because Jed still has them on the DVR.
You're not wrong, John. You are not.
The bottom line is there's football on.
Mm-hmm.
Always football on in your life.
I'm scrolling right now looking for it. What was the Colorado thing that pissed was it an episode or was it a tweet that you set everybody off with?
Preseason, we did a Big Ten preseason or like the schedule preseason show.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're going team by team and brought up Colorado and
2024 predictions. Was it that one?
I think so.
Okay, because that one has almost 3,000 views.
Yeah. So so that was right around the time when Dion had banned that CBS reporter when we recorded that show.
Yes.
And so I, just my buddy BJ, one of the hosts, BJ and Matt, BJ asked me, he's like, "So what do you think about Colorado?" I said, "I don't think anything of him because Deion Sanders is a childish little B."
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a throwaway comment, and
then that one website,
and then but then
picked it up.
The thing is, not even right away. Again, this was beginning of August, like the week before the Nebraska game.
Yeah,
the Nebraska Colorado game. All of a sudden, it exploded, and it's like, where the hell have you guys been? First of all, I actually had forgotten that I even said it because again, it was just a throwaway comment.
Yeah, for sure.
And then it just exploded from there. My cousin that lives in Denver, he called me one Friday morning, the Friday before the game. He goes, "Jed, you'll never believe what just happened." I go, "You're right. I don't know what's going on." He goes, "They just said your name on Denver Sports Talk Radio." I'm like, "What?" Like, wow.
On a massive show, no less.
Yeah, Mark Schlereth is on that show.
Yeah.
Like, stink.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm like, why? And he's like, they played the clip from your show and they got all butthurt about it and all this other stuff. And so, of course, I had to go find that clip and it was hilarious. I mean, honestly, they roasted me pretty good and that was funny because one of the best lines I heard was, "Thank God his name is only 3 letters so he can spell it." And I was like, that is good.
I mean, with all the Jaeger.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome.
I was just, this is so weird. Like Sports Illustrated Colorado site picked it up. A couple of other podcasts talked about it and roasted us like crazy. That one former player that has a big Colorado podcast, he's kind of friends with Carricker.
Mm-hmm.
He just went on and cool, dude.
Thanks for the promotion.
Yeah,
whatever.
No kidding.
It was one of the craziest weeks.
I bet. Yeah.
So then I went
like you said, a throwaway line.
Yeah.
And I went to the game with a shirt that I made. I said, "My name is Jed Burks," and yes, I said it.
It's always the throwaway things that you say that always seem to get traction all the time.
It was weird.
Well, Big Red Junkies is where you can find more. I mean, what other new throwaway lines will be coming up in the 2025 prediction show?
You know, again, it wasn't on purpose. I wish it was, because otherwise it.
Well, no, it was on
been
purpose.
Funnier.
You meant.
No, I meant what I said.
Yeah.
But as far as to create this big, huge wave, like, what the hell?
Incredible.
Let him.
Whatever.
Well, Jet, thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
man.
great to see you,
Thank
Jet.
you for the cookies.
Yeah,
thank you for the onion rings.
Sorry,
Thank you for the onion
who was that?
Pedro
and Pedro's wife.
Pedro and Pedro's wife for the cookies.
Shout out.
They're very good cookies.
They're fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys.
Take care, Jed. Have a good
Bye,
weekend.
Jed.
Yep.
That's our buddy Jed. Big Red Junkies. Look it up on YouTube and wherever you find your podcast.
Yeah, download, like, and subscribe.
Yeah.
Do all those things.
Those onion rings are so
good. I know. Can you give me one, too? They're so far away from me right now. Baymon says, Nick, you are the king of sneaky throwaway lines.
Am I?
Wow.
Thank you.
Shout out to Nick Green.
I don't even know what the lines are. I'll take it. You guys are just munching on rings right now. I feel like I have to fill the time talking while you're just chewing on the rings.
Onion rings go great with Mets beer.
They
It's
do
good,
indeed.
by the way.
Yeah, I think it's pretty solid.
The old reliable. I wonder if there's anyone in the audience that drank this stuff when it was still out, like the OG.
Why are you calling our audience old?
So it started
Well,
stopped in
1962?
62?
Yeah.
So you'd have to have someone.
That's
What was the legal
63 years
drinking
ago.
age in 62? 18?
So what, old man Doug?
Nice. So if somebody was born in 44, I mean, that's not that old. That's 81. There's
Right.
got to be someone in our audience who
There
had
could
Mets
be.
beer back in the day.
There could be, but it was one of the Omaha OGs. One of the Omaha OGs. The so now I hasten to bring up this person's name because it'll
Scott
trigger
Frost?
some folks. Ari Wasserman.
Speaking of throwaway lines, he told us when we talked to him a couple weeks ago, he didn't even think that column was going to be that big.
Right. And it turned into something huge.
Mm-hmm.
Ari Wasserman of On 3 in a column called Sleeper Big Ten and SEC Teams That Could Shake Up the College Football Playoff Race. And wouldn't you know who won the pony?
Iowa?
Nebraska.
Oh.
Well, actually, I was on there too. But from the Big Ten, Illinois, Nebraska, Washington, and Iowa. From the SEC, South Carolina, Auburn, Oklahoma, Florida. But shake things up. Here's what Ari had to write about Nebraska. He said Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola was so hyped at this time last year that there has almost been an overcorrection of how much we're talking about him now. Stick a pin in that.
Okay.
He had a very productive true freshman season, and with the sophomore jump, Raiola still has a chance to be a star in this sport. Matt Rule has a long history of building programs and assembling functional rosters, which was something that was missing in Lincoln during the Scott Frost era. Though CFP contention probably seems premature, crazier things have happened, especially considering the Cornhuskers don't have a big-time non-con game to potentially bog down their record.
True.
But remember when we were talking a few months ago about how it seems like the hype around the program is a bit tamped down, or it hasn't been as pronounced as we typically get in the offseason?
Yes.
That first line,
the Dylan Raiola line?
That first line kind of triggered something in me. Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola was so hyped at this time last year, there has almost been an overcorrection of how much we're talking about him now. I thought maybe this is why some people feel that the hype has been tamped down, because Dylan's hype has been typed down. Remember, a year ago at this time, it was, they got a 5-star. He's Dylan Raiola.
It's going to be exciting.
He spurned Georgia to come to Nebraska. This is going to be exciting.
New.
And yeah, the stats weren't terrible. They certainly weren't great, but it worked out. And now, because maybe it didn't live up to what people perceive 5 stars to be like, even as freshmen, that perhaps there has been a dialing back more so than usual, the expectation around Dylan this year. And again, I'm talking more nationally, but even maybe so locally to some people, that, yeah, I mean, Dylan was okay, but he wasn't like 5-star good. And so maybe folks have overcorrected a bit, not realizing, and speaking of Jed, who was just here, I mean, he gave us the numbers on, blue chip 5-star quarterbacks and how well they do in a first year. And yeah, not everybody Not everybody is a superstar, even in their first year. But Dylan was certainly capable, certainly showed the flashes. It just didn't necessarily turn out in terms of the eye-popping stats.
I always think, John, with players, and in particular college players who only have a short window of time, usually 4 years, and in the era of the portal, sometimes it might just be 1 or 2, that they are more fun, or it's easier to believe in them before you've seen them versus after. It's kind of like the theory of the backup quarterback. The backup quarterback's the most popular player on campus. I would say the hyped high school into first-year college player is more hyped, or there's more excitement surrounding that person than them once you've seen them, barring them being an incredible performer in year one. And so I use all that to say this. His first year was so up and down, with a lot of downs in the back half, that now it's almost like there's no mystery to him, even though, of course, there should be mystery because he still has, in theory, upwards of 3 more years. I don't think he's going to have 3 more years in Nebraska. I think he'll have 2, but he has upwards of 3 more years. But we saw the warts. We saw the good, but the warts, I think, stick with us more and more. And so, honestly, if you had this exact same roster and how they put it together and new offensive coordinator and all of these things, and it was first-year quarterback Dylan Raiola without the baggage of last year, I bet people would oddly be more excited than they've been. And, we've done some of the numbers as well, looking at what top-ranked quarterbacks do in year one and what does that mean for year 2. And there are guys who are able to break through, and then other times guys are kind of what they are as a freshman. I think that the fun part about him, or a reason to be excited about Dylan, would be a brand new coordinator, that he got at the very end of the season and now is going to have an entire offseason to work with him. But I think that Ari is definitely right. People were excited a year ago. I think there's been an overcorrection. The answer is probably somewhere in the middle. And if you're a Nebraska fan, you want the somewhere in the middle to actually lean closer to the hype side than the overcorrected side, because then that means I think he's playing the position better.
To requote some of Jed's stats, and this is top 15 quarterbacks since 2016. So these were the top 15 quarterbacks in every recruiting class. Of course, Dylan was one of them. And of those who played at least 500 snaps in their freshman season, Dylan was behind the curve in terms of winning percentage. The average top 15 quarterback won 64% of their games. Dylan won 54% of his games. But completion percentage, the average top 15 quarterback in his freshman year, 59% completion percentage. Dylan was at 67. It's almost 10% better. Dylan was a little ahead in yards, about 350 more yards than the average. But he was a little behind in touchdowns, 19-13, and a little behind in interceptions. He threw 11, while the average freshman 5-star or freshman top 15 quarterback threw 7 interceptions. So a little good, a little bad. But nothing grossly out of the ordinary. And for a lot of these guys, some of the best names that have played, the Jalen Hurts, the Trevor Lawrences, those types, that's the class of company that we're comparing him to. And it's no guarantee he's going to explode next year, but I think it's reasonable to expect he's going to have a better year 2 than he had a year 1. And if everything comes together properly, it could be a really nice bounce in year 2, given his offensive coordinator, given some of the receiving talent they brought in, play calling, and the fact that, I know we're dangerous by saying this, but the schedule is manageable.
Yeah, it definitely is. No, you're absolutely right. And so what does that look like, when you apply it then to his performance on the field, and how much better can he be? Undoubtedly in the next 2.5 months, we'll start doing the exercises of touchdowns, interceptions. What does that need to be? What does that need to look like? Like, it would be nice for the first time in a while if we set like this bar where we decided this would be a good season for him as a quarterback, and he exceeded them, whether it's with touchdowns. He, didn't exceed the number in interceptions. He had fewer interceptions than we wrote down. I just think that people want the offense to look a little bit like it did in the early part of last season when he seemed like a confident player versus the one that we saw in October and early November where he seemed like a broken player. And some of that was definitely injuries. And some of that was definitely his offensive coordinator. But, I mean, look, go back and watch some of the games. He missed on guys. Like, he overthrew guys.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a play versus Ohio State, Jamal Banks, wide open, just completely
Well, he
whiffed
overthrew
him.
the touchdown in the Illinois game.
Overthrew the touchdown in the Illinois game. Like, that stuff happened throughout the entire year. He was never perfect, but towards the end, it got worse and worse and worse. And so how do you limit those mistakes? How do you lean into the positives? And what does that look like for the offense? Text from Adam, 402-951-1620. Hot take I'm willing to make, Dillon should have stuck with Ohio State or Georgia. The talent around him would have made him much better and driven his draft stock way up. Nebraska's never going to be as talented as either of those teams.
No. But what you're hoping for is that they get good enough talent around him that Dillon is the kind that elevates the talent around him.
Yeah, and that Holgerson's able to elevate all of the talent.
Correct. Jordan says, is this Ari extending an olive branch to Husker fans? I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. No, I think he believes in them.
Yeah.
Plus,
and
no one was saying Indiana was going to make the playoff at this time a year ago.
No, that's true. And Ari's not saying that Nebraska is going to make the playoff. He just said they could be a team that could shake things up a little bit.
Definitely.
Which is not, I've seen that essential take being given by other folks.
Yeah, for sure.
Nebraska will be a popular pick in that category.
Yeah, as everybody searches for the Indiana, it's just that Nebraska, unlike Indiana, Nebraska has a name.
Correct.
Indiana, first of all, no one would have said that a year ago, but even if they did, it would have been like, what, Indiana? Whereas Nebraska, it's a classic.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck, thinking they're going to do well.
Well, still to come, we have predictions.
Mm.
But next, we have content. Let's see. Oh, look, Michigan's back in content.
Oh, excellent. Second straight day.
More fired coaches.
Oh.
And the British monarchy. What the hell?
Is Aaron Sorensen joining us?
I guess we'll find out next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Still 8-1 Louisville, top of the 8th. By the way, the Oregon State-Florida State game is underway. They are scoreless in the first.
Should we turn it to that one since this game sucks? Do we have ESPN News?
Is Squeeze Play still happening?
I don't think so, Nick. There's not very many games.
Yeah, there's only two. There wasn't supposed to be an overlap here, but because this first one was a little bit delayed.
Let's see if this channel works.
It sure does.
Look at that. Baseball.
Baseball.
Nick, is our first question baseball?
I wish.
Oh.
I know you've already talked about the crazy finish to Game 1 in the NBA Finals last night, but some of our audience just hopped in their cars and want some takes. Is this Indiana team impossible to beat?
No, they're not impossible.
God, Nick, what a dumb question. Just kidding.
In fact, it almost is appropriate that they did win it like this. I still think it's possible Oklahoma City wins in 5. But I do think now this makes it a lot more. It always makes it a lot more interesting.
100%.
When the underdog can steal one of the 2 first games that are played on the road, and the door is now open to this thing going at least 6. I think Oklahoma City. I would have more concerns about Oklahoma City if they weren't so good on defense, but because defense travels,
you can always fall back on it,
and you can always fall back on it. I think they will have learned their lesson from this. I still think Oklahoma City wins the series, but it certainly made it a hell of a lot more interesting.
I would like to retweet your entire answer there, John. I'm with you. A series, it's always more fun when the underdog picks up one of the first 2. It's even more fun when they pick up the first game. The odds were crazy shifting. OKC was a minus, 750, 800 favorite. It's now cut in half, essentially. I still think they're going to win the series. But at the very least, man, it makes these end of games, if it's anywhere near close, you're going to have to stay tuned and watch to see what happens with the Pacers because they're not unbeatable. But in big moments, they answer darn near every single time. So that's going to make it a whole lot of fun.
I would like to let you know about Commissioner Adam Silver. I didn't have it pulled up.
I could tell, yeah. You did a great job. Our audience wouldn't have been able to figure it out.
They had no idea.
Especially knowing that you memorized these before the show.
I'm a master at it. Commissioner Adam Silver said Thursday night that the NBA will discuss expansion at next month's owners' meeting in Las Vegas, and that he believes the owners will recommend the topic be formally explored. What markets does the NBA need to explore?
So one is obvious, and that is going to be Seattle, and that is just giving an NBA team back to Seattle. And that, I think, is pretty much lock, stock, and loaded. Like, that's going to happen. The other one, it seems like Vegas is going to be the play. Now, in this email, Nick sent a link. Great job, Nick, because it has all of the top markets. And you have to go down to 13 before you find the first market they aren't in, and that is Tampa. Seattle actually is right after that. And then, John, you scroll quite a bit, and you have to get into the 20s, and that's where St. Louis shows up. I think it's going to be Seattle and Vegas. That said, it would be cool if they went back to Kansas City because they're really close to us. But I think it's going to be Seattle and Vegas.
I mean, Seattle's a no-brainer because they've been talking about this since the Sonics moved out. Honestly, if I were them, I would look hard into St. Louis.
Go back to St. Louis?
Because
Colt 45s?
St. Louis does not have the NFL. Now, they have the other 2 major professional sports, but they don't have the NFL. And that, I think, helps because you can get a lot better market share knowing that you're not having to share revenues, advertising, potential advertisers, all of that stuff with the NFL because the NFL tends to take over a lot of things. So I would, if I were the NBA, now, maybe, and I don't know, maybe St. Louis isn't a great basketball market. I would think it would be. I mean, Illinois is just down the road. Missouri's just down the road, the universities.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be curious to see if St. Louis, and then Pittsburgh would be next in line at number 23.
Another black and gold franchise.
Is Aaron Rodgers going to try to play for them too?
He couldn't. I mean, he hasn't tried to play baseball or hockey.
I just don't like Aaron Rodgers.
Yes,
okay?
me
I just
neither,
want to
Nick.
dunk on Aaron Rodgers.
Well, that was an interesting choice of a dunk.
I think Vegas is a good spot for
You
the
think so?
NBA, by the way.
Yeah.
Vegas has shown that it really likes its homegrown teams with their hockey team, the Knights, the Golden Knights.
Golden Knights.
And I think a homegrown basketball team would do very well there.
I think it will do very well, Nick. Shane says San Diego. People forget the Clippers.
That would be another one.
Clippers played there for a spell. I think Bill Walton played for the San Diego Clippers.
He did.
So does that mean that the new San Diego team would get all the old Clippers stuff?
Excellent question.
Probably not.
But the Sonics will get the Sonics monikers back.
Then
They
what
better.
happens to the Thunder?
They're the Thunder. Give them back. Give all of the cities back their original things. Houston should be the Oilers, and then they can bring back the song. Houston Oilers.
It'd be confusing with the Browns.
The Chiefs should be the Dallas Texans.
Nice. That'd be pretty good.
Michigan is meeting with the NCAA enforcement staff for a hearing before the Division I Committee on Infractions at NCAA headquarters on Friday.
Today or next Friday?
Today.
And guess who showed up? Mr. Sign Stealer himself.
Oh.
Connor, don't call me horse stallions. What's Michigan going to get hit with? Anything?
To some people, this could be the last stand for the NCAA's infractions committee. Infractions committee. Because, I mean, everything else is getting challenged in court. But this is one thing that most people outside of the psychotic state of Michigan all believe they need to get hit with something.
So what's the something?
I bet it'll
A
be
spanking on the behind.
It'll be some scholarship limitations.
Ooh. Scholarship limitations. Do you think so?
Careful spanking someone. You don't
I
want
think
to get
they're gonna
blasted.
I think they're gonna.
I would love it if they got a postseason ban. That'd be awesome.
I think they're gonna get fined, John. I don't think there will be scholarship reductions because they view that as a penalty to the children, and I don't think there will be a postseason ban.
I would look at it as a reward to the children. They don't have to go to a place like Michigan.
The whole state of Michigan. I think they're gonna get fined, Nick. $20 million.
Wow.
That's a lot of money.
You got to do the Dr. Evil thing when you do that.
Ooh, here's a take. Austin Powers, mid.
Oh, come on.
No, I haven't
Mid.
watched those movies since I was
Mid.
like a teenager.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if I'd still like them now as an adult.
Maybe we'll do that for Movie Club.
The Super Regional started today. John, you previously hyped up Tennessee and Arkansas. What other series do you think will be the best?
I think this one here between Florida State and Oregon State should be really good.
What about that North Carolina series? That one would be cool.
Well, that didn't go too well.
Yeah, they got blasted.
Also, keep an eye out for the Roadrunners at UCLA. I think that one could be really
UTSA, a baseball team.
Go UTSA. People forget they were the number 2 seed in their regional.
Go UCLA.
Go UTSA.
I need the Big Ten team to make it.
No one needs a Big Ten.
John,
team to make it.
you're the voice of the Cultural Series. You can't be biased against a team because they're from the Big Ten.
Yeah, I'm just a producer. Nobody cares what I think.
Yeah, you're a voice. What if the 10 UCLA fans hear about this? They're like, sign a petition to get John Bishop removed from the broadcast.
I would keep an eye on that one, though.
That sounds good to me.
Me too.
There you go. Wow, we're all in agreement.
Since losing their respective conference finals, the Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau, and it is Thibodeau.
Yeah, I saw the tweet.
While the Dallas Stars fired their head coach, Pete DeBoer. Why are pro franchises so impatient even when their teams fail just a round short of the final?
So it seems like with the Knicks that there was all sorts of stuff behind the scenes that people were frustrated by, and
yeah, the smell.
I don't think it was the smell, John. So it's that. I don't know about the hockey stuff. I'm good. So I guess I will just say something similar where, we don't cover these teams on the day-to-day. It's like people in the outside looking at Bo Pelini. Why did the guy get fired? He won 9 games. Well, because he was a psycho. Maybe this Pete DeBoer guy is doing some stuff behind the scenes. He's blasting faces with farts. And they're like, we can't have this in our locker room.
Stop blasting our faces, please.
Uh-huh.
I would agree.
Manchester United legend David Beckham will be given a knighthood in King Charles's birthday honours list, according to British media reports. I wasn't expecting that sentence to be that long.
It's more understandable if you did Bob Dylan voice.
Do you ever
wish you could be British? Sorry.
Do you ever wish that you could be British, thus making it possible that you could be a knight?
No, because that would mean my tax dollars are going to support this crooked inbred family and all those twits.
All right, you don't know if they're crooked.
I mean, the fact that they're stealing British taxpayer money to prop up this ancient society is a little suspect.
Well, being a knight would be awesome.
Yeah, then you could be Sir John Bishop.
What if I got knighted for my takes on Scott Frost and they were like, thank you for speaking
They don't
truth
give
to
you
power?
They don't give you armor and a sword.
But then you have to call me Sir. Sir Josh Peterson.
I wouldn't.
Like Sir Paul McCartney.
I wouldn't because
then I'm firing you.
That's a reason why we separated from those blokes 150 years ago. Or 250 years ago.
It feels like some people want a king back, though. I don't think we get knights, though, here.
People do like kings.
We got plenty of knights here. Got the Southeast Knights.
There.
We got
Vegas
knights.
Golden Knights.
It's night at night.
Tonight at night.
Will something big or something stupid happen in college sports between now and the next time this grum is all together again? And what will the stupid thing be?
Let's see. I think this is between when we're all together again, so only 2 weeks from now. The College Football Playoff Committee is meeting the week of games. There's a part of me that thinks we're going to find out about 2026. But it also wouldn't surprise me if they kick the can down the road. So you know what? We will learn about the damn settlement. By the time that we are back together in 2 weeks, we will learn about the settlement.
I would agree. I don't think we're going to get resolution on the playoff. In fact, put it on the list.
Get the tomatoes.
I think there will be enough of a stalemate between the Big Ten and the SEC.
Is it staying at 12?
That it's going to have to stay at 12.
I would like that, John.
I think that's what it's going to stay at 12 for at least another year. They'll have to think of something else.
Okay.
Put it on the list.
What if something completely out of pocket happens and they come up with a new format that nobody had thought of before? And it's like the 7-5-4-4-4-1-2.
Well, that would be like 20-something teams.
What if they just came up with a format that at the end of the season, they just let every team play a game and then they vote on the champion?
Oh,
John, you stop it with this madness.
I'll take that before the Big Tens. That's for damn sure.
Finally, boys, we've made it.
Well, not really. We still have a half hour left of the show.
Our last free weekend until the College World Series. The next time we're all together, it'll practically be July, and the CWS will be in our rearview mirror. How will you spend this last bit of freedom?
I'll be watching all of the Supers this weekend and starting my prep. So
wow, that's like being caged.
It's not really freedom. But you know what? It'll be enjoyable. Hopefully the games will be a little bit better than they've been so far today.
Not to bring the mood down, but I'm reading this book, novelization of the Holocaust, and it's really good. It's called The Book Thief. I'm halfway through.
Oh, I've heard of
it's
it.
Incredible.
Holocaust?
Well, yeah, right now, a Jewish person just moved into the family, or in with the family, living in the basement.
Mhm.
Him and the daughter are developing a very good platonic relationship, and a very emotional scene just happened. But it's the narrator of the book is death. It's gonna end terribly, but God, it's so good. So my goal is to finish that, and also I'm gonna record into a microphone with Jack Mitchell for 5 hours on Sunday night.
That is
for something we're working on.
That is kind of a giveaway. If
that Death is the narrator. Yeah, and you know what? When I was reading last night, Death says something about a character dying, and it's like,
spoilers, Death.
And that's what he's like. I'm not much of a, I don't keep things. I can't remember. I was like, that's a really interesting way to phrase it. It's really
good. I am going to be starting a new D&D campaign on Saturday, and then Sunday I won't be seeing Jack Mitchell for our softball game because he's going to be with you.
He's going to be with me.
Good grief.
Yeah.
D&D.
That's technically Pathfinder, but
I don't know what that means.
I have no idea what that means.
Let's just get to predictions then and move on.
Let's do that next on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over. Wolverines in the over, bet the over.
All right.
All right. What?
I had another awesome week because that's what I am. And I lead. And that's all that you need to know.
Oh, okay.
About predictions. Game 2. Pacers, despite their comeback win, the spread is actually larger than it was last night. It was 9 yesterday. It's 11 for game 2. Pacers plus 11 at the Thunder. OKC.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be an ass whooping. You remember game 2 of the semis after the Nuggets had that crazy comeback in game 1, and then they won by like 40?
Yep.
Not that bad, but it's going to be bad.
You know what? I'll take the Pacers.
Awesome. Thanks for the free point, Nick.
Tyrese Halliburton plus 18.5 points versus SGA.
Halliburton.
Yeah, that's a lot of points.
It's so many points.
Will anybody score 45 points or more in this series?
So
in a game.
Last night, SGA had close to 40. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say we get 145 burger. He had 38 last night.
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to agree.
It just feels like way too many points.
It's a lot of points.
No one man should score that many points.
Michael Jordan averaged that many points in a final.
Yeah, but that's Michael Jordan.
It is.
That's true.
Just wanted to make sure we knew.
Pick the finals winner and the number of games, Nick.
How many games?
There's best of 7.
Best of 7. I'm going to take the Pacers in 5.
Wow, Pacers in 5.
Really?
That's gutsy.
Yeah.
Thanks for the point. You have to get both of these right to win the point. Is this just a one-pointer?
Yeah, this is...
God. I'm going to stick with what I said yesterday. I'm going to go with the gentleman sweep. Thunder in 5.
I'm going to go Thunder in 6.
That's the safer pick, I think.
The Panthers plus 1.5 goals tonight at the Edmonton Oilers. Edmonton Oilers. Edmonton Oilers number 1, but maybe not tonight. 1.5 is a lot. It might be another 1-goal game. I'll take the Panthers.
Same.
I'll strike oil.
Nice.
Good for you.
I think the Panthers are going to
screw the environment, Nick. Nicely done.
Nick! Classic Nick.
Oil is the environment.
Pick the Stanley Cup final winner and the number of games.
How many games are in the Stanley Cup?
It's 7, Nick. Everything is best of 7.
Not everything all the time.
In the finals, it is.
Yeah,
or the final.
Best of 7.
Oilers 6.
I agree.
Man. I'm going to go 7. Part of that's wish casting because I want them to win on their home ice.
Okay. The first place Chicago National League Ball Club is at the first place Detroit Tigers starting tonight. Pick the series.
How much of this will you watch this weekend?
Well, I won't watch tonight because it's on Crapple TV and I don't have that.
But I thought your wife, did she watch Ted Lasso?
I don't have it anymore.
Okay. Tigers 2-1.
Yeah, the Cubs don't have Scooble. Tigers.
Yeah,
2-1.
John, they don't have Scooble.
Yeah.
Tariq Scooble, didn't he pick in the College World Series?
No.
Oh.
I will also agree.
Wow, John, God, you hate your team. You're a moron.
What a hater. You're wearing their merchandise right
Detroit's a good team.
Take it off, John.
We can't
and we're burning it.
We
Is that
can't
a
win.
BP
See,
hat?
I'm a realistic fan of my team.
Same with
unlike,
my team.
Unlike
I say the Cowboys will lose
Dallas
tonight.
win by 100.
I never have said that one time.
Yeehaw, click.
Our guns don't work anymore.
Padres at Brewers. Pick the series.
Who's good in this one?
Give me the Padres. 2-1.
Nick supposedly knows ball. I'll follow him. I'm drafting off of Nick.
Unless I picked them knowing that you would follow me because you think that
So
I
you
know ball.
gave up a point just to prove me wrong.
I'm going to pick the Brewers 2-1.
Crap, John knows ball too.
The Red Sox and the Yankees.
Yes, Nick, this is the rivalry of my youth.
Yeah.
Is this going to be on Fox tomorrow and then Sunday Night Baseball on Sunday?
Yeah, it'll probably be on like
God.
18 different channels.
This is the way that we were supposed to watch baseball. Give me the Red Sox 2-1. Suck on that, Yankees.
I'll take the Yankees 2-1.
Wow.
You're welcome, dear.
Give me the Yanks in a sweep. Which woman wins the French Open?
John didn't attach the link.
I didn't have a link.
I sent you a link.
Well,
it was in the
didn't
thing.
Copy over. I don't know
Well, why
why.
don't you do the Control K?
Because I didn't.
Yeah, I know. So, Nick, if you're wondering, and John, you're wondering too, it is Arnya Sabalenka and Coco Golf.
Oh.
Give
Coco.
I'm going to go. Oh, it's our Arena? I'm going to go with her. Sabalenka. What are you typing there, John?
The same thing that you just said.
Sab?
Because it's not golf, it's tennis.
Nice. Got him.
The final of the Triple Crown, the Preakness. Pick the winning pony.
This is easy for me.
Yeah, this is very easy because the last time they raced head-to-head, sovereignty reigned over journalism. It's because sovereignty, they didn't waste any time with the Belmont. Sovereignty reigns again.
What are you going with, Nick?
I don't have a link to the horses. I don't know who the horses are.
Yeah, that was there. It was there. Nick just picked journalism or sovereignty. That's probably the smart play. I'm going to go journalism because I believe in... You don't believe in Mitch Sherman, who will join us on Monday? Or Michael Bruntz or Steve Sipple?
No, I don't believe in the horse named journalism.
Or Mike Schaefer?
I don't believe in the
Nick,
horse
this
named
graphic
journalism.
is tremendous, by the way.
It's a losing
Thank you.
horse.
I'm very proud of it.
Who are you going to go with, Nick?
I'll go with journalism.
Nice, Nick. Good call.
And another free point for yours truly. Hang on here.
Who's playing?
So I'll give you the answer to this. So this is the UFL. We're down to the Final Four.
Yeah, the conference championship games are this weekend in the
Big
UFL.
Is Kugler calling one of these games?
I don't know.
So, Nick, you got Panthers playing the Stallions. You got Defenders playing the Battlehawks. The winners of those will play for the championship. Who you got?
Battlehawks.
I'm going to go with Michigan. Go Blue!
They're not even...
They're not even blue.
Like a little blue,
Go
maybe?
Blue! Are they not blue?
No.
I think it's mostly like red,
Panthers
isn't it?
are like gold and like...
That's a tiny bit of blue.
That's what I said.
Tiny bit, just a skosh of blue.
Tiny baby blue.
Blue. You can have blue as
They're
a
not
tree.
worthy.
Baby blue.
They're not
That's a
worthy
Bob
of the
Dylan
color
song.
blue. I'm going with St. Louis.
Mm.
Tonight, it's the decider
Nice.
in the Women's College World Series.
Right here on 1620 The Zone.
Who do you got?
Texas Tech.
I want Texas Tech, but I am going to go with my head. Hook 'em.
You sounded like Anakin.
I did?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I don't like sand.
Yeah.
Texas.
Mm.
Who will win the College World Series? Who will win the College World Series? I believe the team that will win the College World Series already won today. Give me the Tar Heels.
That'd be their first, right?
Yes, it would.
It's a really good pick. I want Oregon State.
You want them or you're going to pick them?
Yes.
Arkansas. We have 3 different picks.
We do have 3 different picks. And...
Oh, we have a link for this, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
NASCAR. Pick 3.
Larson, Hamlin, Blaney.
Oh, interesting.
What,
interesting order in which you picked those.
You mean great order, Nick?
Larson, Hamlin, Logano.
Larson, Byron, Bell.
Nice.
And there's predictions.
Nice.
And we won't have to count these up for 2 weeks.
Nope. See you in a couple weeks, everybody.
Goodbye.
I mean, we'll still be on the radio.
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, even in 2 weeks, we won't be able to count them up because the College World Series won't be over yet.
That's true.
And maybe the NBA Finals won't be over yet.
So when you and I do our show, if there was a game 6, it would have happened the night before, and if there's a game 7, it will be that Sunday.
Okay.
So the NBA season could still be going on, and I believe game 7 of the Stanley Cup would be that weekend as well, if we are so blessed with a game 7 in the Stanley Cup final.
It's only going to go to 5, though. Or 6. I said 6.
You said 6.
You did say
I said 5 for the NBA.
It's gotta be your 6.
Yeah.
And already, Nick's World Series pick is behind 1-0 to Florida State.
Oh, God, they're failing on you, Nick.
It's a run. It's fine.
Could be enough. It could hold up. You never know. Louisville did win, by the way, 8-1 in their game over Miami.
Nice.
Take a 1-0 lead in that best of 3 Super Regional. All right. We'll come back and put a bow on the show here on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death.
I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I misspoke earlier.
What happened?
The Louisville game is not done yet.
Oh.
They're in a weather delay, but I know it was in at least the 8th inning.
I was
that's
like-
when we turned it away.
Yeah, because ESPN News left it and they went to whatever other programming was on. I was like, wow, the end of that game happened a lot faster than I would have expected. That makes sense.
So they probably have to finish 3 more outs.
Oh, it's going to
Brutal.
start back up at 1 a.m.
Ugh, yucky.
Don't know what's for dinner.
Popeye's line, fast AF last night. In and out in 3 minutes. I tweeted at you after I was done eating.
Are you sure you went to Popeyes?
Yeah, I don't
did.
think you did.
And
I
that's
think-
what's
I
for
think-
dinner tonight.
I think you ate Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Wrong.
And you
Pro
enjoyed
move.
it.
Pro move. Order more than you want, then you get another dinner, a bonus dinner.
Pro move. You just go and make it yourself. You'll get it faster than if they make it for you.
Wrong. So I got a few pieces left tonight, some fries left tonight, and even a biscuit.
Nice.
It's going to be a great dinner.
Last night, for the very first time in my life, I've never made this before, I made a grilled cheese sandwich.
You've never made a grilled
I've
cheese
never made
sandwich?
a grilled cheese sandwich.
What?
I've had grilled cheese. I've never made one myself. I got fancy with it, too. I had Italian bread from the leftover 45-minute sandwich. I had the fancy cheese.
How'd that go with melting? Fancy cheese sometimes doesn't melt.
It melted great. It's cheddar.
Oh, then yeah, that's going to melt. Awesome.
It was delicious.
How?
I put a tomato on it, then some onion.
How? How have you never made one? Grilled cheese is such a... I have no desire to cook for a while, but I need to eat something. I will just make a grilled cheese.
That's what rice was for me. I don't really like grilled cheese that much.
What?
Good.
Why?
This
Did
is
you
getting worse
like
all the
last night?
time.
Yeah, it was pretty good last night.
Yes!
I don't like grilled cheese
Because
really.
you've had mid-ass grilled cheese.
I mean, I like
His
some
problem
kind
was
of
he was just
protein.
sticking it in the microwave.
God, Nick, this is insane to me.
I don't know anyone that doesn't like a grilled cheese unless they're
Michael
either-
Severe because he thinks
either
his kid's food.
lactose intolerant or they're
Yeah, that's
celiac because they
Yeah.
can't eat bread.
I love grilled cheese. I don't have it very often, but I love it when I do.
It's fine.
Wow. What are you having tonight?
I don't know.
Awesome.
He's probably so amazed that he was able to make a grilled cheese. He's going to do it again.
It turned out so well, guys. It looked like a fancy sandwich.
Why don't you take a picture of it?
Should have taken a picture of it.
Yeah. I think a picture of a grilled cheese when done right, do you cut it in the triangles and then did you place it on top of each other?
No, because it was the fancy Italian bread, so it was like
yeah. That's
like
fair.
an oval shape.
That's fair. Wow.
That is strange. I didn't know anyone that wasn't a fan of grilled cheese.
Yeah, that's a stunner. Very much a stunner.
All right. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. I hope it goes well for you.
John, you enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, John. I'll think about. Do you want to join my D&D group?
Yeah, I'd love to. That'd be great.
Play online. I'll help you make a character.
I'd like to hit you with my sword of Zanzibar.
John, you have to find the swords of Zanzibar. You can't just start with that. It's too powerful.
Actually, it's
Oh, you want to be a bard? That's what I'm playing.
So, John, are we going to get to see you at all at the Omaha Baseball Village? You think this is the year you finally come over and you say hello to your friends?
He's going to be hanging out with me, his real friend.
We'll be on the way. Aren't you going to walk from the hotel?
No, I'm not staying at one of those hotels.
Oh, you're not? Oh, okay. You're going to still have to
no,
drive.
it's
I told you.
Oh, I see.
He's crashing with me.
For some reason, I just figured you'd be at the Hilton.
No. They're not putting.
You're not going to be with the D1 guys?
I'll be at a fine place, but it will not be.
Just stay with
it will not be
Kendall.
within walking distance.
Will you be at the place out in Papillion over by?
No, I will not be at
over
Papillion.
by the Alamo
I will
Theater.
not be over by the Alamo Theater.
Okay. You guys gonna invite me to that fancy dinner this year? I feel like Nick with Wang Nachos. I don't
that
get
was
invited.
a spur of the moment deal because we got rained out.
Unreal.
Yeah.
You guys forced me to be on the air. Triggered. We ain't doing that crap this year.
Okay.
The game gets canceled. I'm going home.
Okay.
I'm not doing a 2-hour show for no reason.
Okay.
On a Sunday with a father, Mike Schaefer, because I won't be working with the father this year. I'll be
Well,
working
why
with
would you
Matt.
be doing anything on a Sunday?
Because are you kidding me?
It didn't
John?
happen on a Sunday last.
Why am I doing something on Sunday? I don't know, John. Why don't you tell me about that Sunday that I'll be doing something on because of you?
Mm-hmm.
Josh, the not work hard guy. Meanwhile, what about John?
Who will be there every day?
Same. John, handshake meme.
For 9 hours a day.
Yeah.
At least.
Actually, handshake meme. So will I.
No, you will not.
Yes, I will. I'll just get there earlier than you. I get there earlier than you and leave earlier. You get there later than me and you leave later, but it's the same amount of time.
You're doing like a 3-hour show.
Your job is easier than mine. You're just describing stuff. I have to come up with topics.
All you're going to do is say,
the cross that I bear.
Football.
Yes, but in interesting ways.
Here's the top 100.
That's the Zanzibar boys.